Look, I don't know what's going on. Chat's all fucked up. It's just how it is today. Some of y'all might have noticed. False start, YouTube giving us trouble on the stream. They try to shut us down, but there's nothing that they can do. The DFC lives. We've got quite the card. By the way, just want to give a quick shout out. Shelby, thanks so much for the 6 months. Premo for the 9 months while we weren't live. Had a lot of shit going on this week, man. But that continued support means a lot. Appreciate you guys. Big cheers. Yeah, it's we're in a cabin, floating cabin, traveling 7 times the speed of light above Sanctuary. Right? See if you can do it without a little bit of reverb on there. Right? It's tough. Big cheers, guys. What a card, man. What a card. ArmondP and Dio. This is going to be ArmondP's biggest challenge yet. Last week, he beat Coooley. Din v Din. It was a lot of lag. A lot of lag in the game. But, aside from that, a very good duel. And now he's going up against the top druid in the world. This guy coming off 2 impressive victories, Diowind, last week. Keeps beating people he shouldn't beat. Man. We got to see GVN last week. And he also dueled the previous DFC champion Punch on a barb. Won both duels. Stream got cut a little short last week. Like I told you, they're trying to shut it down. They're trying to shut it down over here. But again, there's nothing they can do. We gave Dio performance of the night. We gave out bonuses last week. We had to make sure people were taken care of. But what we didn't give was the ref's choice. Ref's choice, chef's choice last week of the $50 bonus for the most exciting fight on stream. So just want to let you know that's live. Right? Look, we didn't give it out, but honestly, I didn't really see it last week. There was nothing that I was just like, all right, this is the one. You know what I mean? Like, this is the one. Stands out crazy. There were some good ones. But I'm like, look. Matt DeRoche didn't give us this to give it away to subpar fights. Let's see some good ones. By the way, what's going on, guys? What's going on? We've got Terry, Premo in the chat. Tommy, big cheers to you guys. Thanks for being here early. Appreciate all you guys. Speaking of Premo, he's got a fight here tonight against Steezish. This should be an interesting one. I'm not sure if Steezish is going to be on his Mosaic style sin. I really hope he is. I think that would be cool to see. But he's going to be on a sin. And technically, that's a good matchup for Premo. But Steezish, a very seasoned player. Let's see if he can pull it off. And we'll get to see what Premo's Zon looks like. What's up, RH? What's up, Duke? Brand L going up against Montreana. This is going to be a foreshadowing, maybe, of how a similar match will go on the card. We've got Sorc v Barb. Brand L on the Sorc, Montreana on the Barb. This should be a fun one. There was a ton of Barbs and Zons on this card. A surprising amount. Like, I think the most Barbs we've ever seen. We actually have Punch on the card. Season 2, DFC champion. Back when we did seasons for this. He's back. And he's back on his barb. Going up against Botasaurus. Coming off of a pretty serious, impressive looking win last week. Is he impressive enough to beat the DFC Season 2 champ? We're going to see. And then we've got, of course, there it is. Someone was saying this, right? I think this was Terry. Someone was saying, if Max is on the card, my bet's on him. Well, he's got his work cut out for him tonight. GVN versus NYCmaxim. Now, Zon v Sin is a tough matchup. But if there ever was a Sin that could figure it out, Max would be that Sin. GVN also playing from Kauai, I believe. So, they may have to switch servers. We're going to see. We'll see how it goes. But, needless to say, I think it's going to be a back and forth. I hope it's not a slaughterfest. We don't try to set those up, okay? Try to set fair and balanced matches. Then we have another Sin v Zon. Tempest versus Muchez. Muchez, one of the most decked out Zons we've ever seen. Tempest, one of the most savage Sins. Technically, not a great matchup for Tempest. But again, if there was a Sin that could pull it off, it's these top-tier Sins. Like NYCmaxim and Tempest. These guys are going to tear it up. Now, as I was saying, Brandel versus Montreana could be a foreshadowing to another similar matchup we have. We have Coooley versus Hellian. ES Fireball versus Barb. This guy was complaining in the Discord about the block rules. All I hear is excuses. That's all I hear. I think he's going to try to surprise me tonight, but the only one that's going to be left with a shocked look on his face is him after he gets hit with multiple meteors to the dome. So we don't mess around here with you. You know. You guys have seen it. Coooley drops those meteors unexpectedly down from the skies, down from the heavens. We actually send them down from the spaceship. So those things are traveling fast and violently for a long distance. So they're going to hurt. And then we would have what most would consider another unbalanced matchup. JavitoPvp, good on VT, but probably, we've also seen him on hdin, probably would be his better choice in this matchup right here. He's getting some experience under his belt. He technically has the match advantage versus Riz. But can he take advantage of it? Can he pull it off? We're going to see. That should be an epic one. This one should be like back against the ropes sort of stuff. I mean, we're going to really get to see the new era of fighters popping up, right? We're going to get to see them. We've got a lot of new faces in the DFC, and I'm so happy about that. We've also got a lot of established legends ready to enact digital violence upon their foes. Can't wait to check it out, man. Gotta get some reps in, though. Let's friggin' do this. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Technically, Max has got his work cut out for him, but he's so creative, man. He might go Blade Sin. There's so many things there's so many directions he could go with it. And all of them are kinda like the Sin v Zon matchups. It doesn't really specify the type of Sin. I left it up to those guys to figure out. Because there's a few different ways you could go with it. If you go straight Trapper, though, it's probably going to be tough. I'm going to make DFC1 password 1. If anybody wants to join, help me get some reps in. Preferably with a Barb. Look, I talk a lot of shit about Hellian, but Hellian is new and deserves it. Okay? He's new. He's inexperienced. We've never seen him do well on a druid. We've never seen anything like that. He's a completely new player. Right? Completely new. So it's fun. As long as someone's new. You can like call him a noob and stuff. Yeah. It's like in the Blizzard TOS, like in their little TOS they have you sign. You can only be toxic if the other person is new. So here we go. About to unleash. Yeah. I hate to do it, but I really hate to do it, but it should be an easy fight. By the way, I see you, RH. I see you, bro. Look, I'm not sure. Look, I'm going to cut over the spaceship because look at this. I'm going to show you something. Look at this. For whatever reason, with the false start and all of this, I think this is still linked up to the old chat, maybe old notification. I don't even know if we're going to see this. All right, the spaceship was traveling so fast, the speed of light could not connect to YouTube servers, and now everything's lagged behind. Let me see if I can refresh this. Let me actually try this. It's not gonna let me do it. Point is, I want to give you a big cheers, brother. RH. Oh my god, it did! It did!
Fast clipper ship.
Bro, there it is. Hey, man, thank you so much. I wanted to make sure to recognize you for that. Cheers, bro. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is Santiana that he's talking about, the fast clipper ship that's going to get the job done tonight against Hellian. Big cheers, brother. Let's do this. Thank you so much, man. All right, we had someone pop in here and hostile me. We got some barbarians. We got Gus Fring. That's kind of cool. Let's get locked in. Locked in, locked, loaded, ready to go. I'm gonna go to Act 1 so people know. Oh, I just hostile people. Now I gotta get ready. Alright. I'm not exactly sure how he's gonna approach this ordeal. But he's probably gonna try to cut me open. He's probably gonna do a lot of shit. Okay? I know that it doesn't seem very specific, but trust me, in my head, it makes a lot of sense. Alright, he's gonna do a lot of shit. And we gotta be ready for it. We just gotta be ready. Alright, we've got 67 block. I can get there by swapping out the boots, but what I think I'm gonna do instead... I'm actually gonna swap these charms out. I'm gonna do it like this. I just suspect that I'm gonna get cut open. And that life isn't really gonna matter too much. The life total is not gonna matter too much. So we're actually just gonna get there in very odd ways. I was gonna say, I think I can pull this off. We're also gonna use the mercenary. Technically breaking the rules, but who's gonna do anything? You know what I mean? Like, what are they gonna say? What are they gonna say? All right. Let's get the hotkeys ready to go. Let's get the oak. Oh, it's already there. Go, bro. All right, here we go. We got clipped there pretty hard. GG. It's alright, we're just getting the dust off. Just shaking the dust off. Dude, I think they were, like, dirt cheap, honestly. I got them so long ago. They were dirt cheap. They're one of those charms that literally one type of character even needs. It's the Immortal Sorceress, basically. That's the only, like, best in slot that needs them. And I got them so long ago, dude. I think they were, like... If you go on Yes Gamers, I'm pretty sure they're, like, less than $1. But they're technically perfect. Virtual camera and OBS to stream? Dude, that's sick. That's sick. I hope it works this time, dude. That'd be cool to see. I think theoretically it should. It should work a lot better than, like, streaming it to Discord. Because sometimes, like, I'm not sure why, but it just doesn't take well to it. Anxious to see how well it works. Alright, look at this. We got a ton of barbs lined up. This is great. Alright, here we go. We always got to be hunting. Alright, we got a bow barb. We got a barb with a bow. Just like that. That's the rhythm we got to get into.
Hello.
That's the rhythm.
Greetings.
This is the... Look, I'm not gonna lie, Duke. We stopped over here before we came. Alright, this is where we were. Music just followed us. Right? I guess they play tavern music up in here. And for whatever reason, spaceship liked it. So, we requested that playlist and took it with us. I mean, it's just how it is. It's the warm-up beat, you know? I figured this would get me in the zone. It would get me ready to deliver some serious violence to barbs. Like with blatant disregard. He says, I do not recommend the bow. I don't either. Alright, go, bro. GG. Yeah, if he gets me low, it's over, dude. This sorceress, as we know, no matter how much you put into a sorceress, you cannot make it immortal in the DFC. It is impossible. They can lose to ghost sins, which is something that an immortal sorceress cannot possibly lose to. So yeah, we need to be careful of that. And I think that this week, if I do get low, if they do one me, they're gonna cheese me like that. They're gonna cheese me with all that poison and that open wounds, you know? That really no other players use. Alright? No notable players use such strategies in the DFC. Alright? Not sure who would do that. But if they're gonna do that, I think we gotta keep the distance. And we just gotta try to catch them coming in. Just like that.
Hello.
Just like that. Yo, this is what Gus is wearing? What is this? Man. Look at this. He's got a Cham and a Vex for maximum fire resist. Look at all this. Look at all this cheese. Who uses maximum fire resist against a sorceress? Up against a fire sorceress? Gosh, what is this? What is he, preparing? Just preparing for a fight or something? He's preparing for this duel? Yeah, this ain't no slow clipper ship. You know what it is. You know what it is. Is that... Whoa, is Gus you, Hellian? Son of a bitch. All right, go Gus. We'll get a few practice reps in here. You know what? While we got both people here, let's do it. Like I say, we just do it. Go, bro. Or go, bro. Tink, tink, baby. Tink, tink. Yo, Hellian, you want to just get this out of the way? Look, he's already got a couple of reps in against me. He fucking knows. He knows my secrets. He knows the strategy. Yeah, I think he cheated. Andrew. Yeah. I mean, so if we lose now, it's because he cheated. You know, that's what it is. I mean, we try to, you know, squelch all the cheating in the DFC, but I mean, sometimes it sneaks by. There's nothing we can do about it. You know? Yeah. Yo, are you Gus in game, Hellian? Are you Gus? Only been doing it 15 years. Yeah, dude, that was pretty good too, man. Like the Zerks. I kind of suspected he'd be on Zerk tonight too. Those are pretty heavy, hard hitting dudes. So, yeah, dude, I say we do it, bro. I'll send you I'll make a new game, or actually, if you guys want to clear, we could just do it here. FPS / no pickup. I don't think my measly sorceress without her Sunder charm. You know, she doesn't really want to get off her pretty princess throne. Main story here, okay? Doesn't want to get off her pretty princess throne and clear the moor. But that's only because she's Santiana, the fast clipper ship, the legendary last level 99 of ladder season 2. I think she's earned it. All right? I think she's earned it. She was not the first, and she was definitely the last. There was no other 99s after that. Yeah, we'll just be right here. Yeah, definitely pool. Yeah, I can't be pulling. That would be illegal, you know. Don't want to add any sort of doubt to me upholding the rules on my end, you know, me following the rules. Don't want to add any doubt to that. We'll just be over here. Look at how pretty Princess Santiana is with her tiara. Gosh, she's so pretty. Man, oh man.
Help. Die.
You're gonna need a lot of help, bud. You're gonna need a lot of help here in a minute against Santiana, the fast clipper ship. Now we've got some inside information. We got some leaks. Should be a very easy duel. As you guys saw through the practice rounds there, we weren't trying. Should be very, very easy. Should not be a challenge whatsoever. Look at him with his perfect up triangles. What is this? I don't do cold damage. It's got cold resist on there. Dumb. You know? No other tricks on there. $30, $40, $451s? Oh, man. Really? You really using that? You really using those? Oh. I was going to say, I have a setup. Alright, he has just the one. He has just the one. I was going to say, like, if we know it, we could swap out. I could probably deal with it. Alright, here we go. Round 1. Just gonna go ahead and tease him a little bit. Just flaunt that fast flipper ship right in his face. He's gonna try to let that poison do its work. That was a nice Zerk, dude. You get it in there real quick, like. Oh, we got him. We got him with that meteor. Look at this. Look at the life total. It wasn't even close. You see that? It wasn't even close.
Hello.
Man, I didn't even break a sweat in that.
Yes?
Didn't even break one tiny sweat. All right? It's just how the rest of the duel's gonna go. We're using an upped wit stance for the shield with an eld rune in it. Reason we do that? Better block, man. Less dexterity we need to invest. Like, we've actually just invested a very small amount of points into dexterity. Alright, here we go. I think he really does have poison, though. Look at this. That's like a lot of poison damage. That's not just open wounds. Maybe he clipped me twice, which would make sense for open wounds. Good catch, dude. Good catch. I think I lagged. I mean, I lagged. We're doing our duel. Everybody wants a piece of Santiana, man. Everybody wants a piece. But they gotta wait their turn. Mr. Gus Fring here in game.
What can I do for you?
Is gonna have to face off against Santiana, the fast clipper ship. Yeah, Andrew Shea, he saw it. He saw it. Yeah, you saw that lag. We got some lates in to do, boys. Very nicely done. All right. It's now 1-2 in favor of Hellian. This guy is new. This is embarrassing. He's new to the game. I'm not sure how many DFC fights he has under his belt, but they've probably all been losses. I didn't check the records on that or anything, but just assuming. Who limited the life rep on these sorceresses? How am I ever supposed to rep to full like I would do in a real duel if I only have 20 life rep on this sword? I don't know who did that, but I got a bone to pick. Bone to pick with this DFC. DFC rule makers. Good catch. Good chain. Wow, dude, he's quick. He's fucking quick. All right, what are we doing wrong? We're getting cut open and there's nothing we can do about it. I'm actually going to, like, just in case he actually is stacking up the poison charms.
Not in town. Good day.
I'm just going to try a different setup, I think. I swear I have one. All right. All right. We're going to go with a 70 block. I don't think we have a lot of cast now, though. Oh, yeah, that actually sucks. Our cast is so low. Hmm. Huh. Alright, so we'll swap this out. We got 75 block. Maybe we just go... Maybe we just actually just swap these out for more life. Right? Like, because that's the big problem. He's getting to the life total, too. I think we try it. He allegedly doesn't have poison charms.
What can I do for you?
Allegedly. But we're getting poisoned quite a bit. But it could also be open wounds. I've been keeping an eye on the life total, and it's like usually between 800 and 1,000, which is about open wounds damage. All right, so just don't get hit. That's the new game plan. We're going to start cooking a fire. We're not off to a good start, not getting hit. No way. Horrible teleport. Why did I go to him? I got the aim of a stormtrooper with these fireballs tonight. Hold on, just gotta go to the cold plains real quick. I gotta rebow. Would you mind letting me rebow? I gotta go to the cold plains real quick. Oh, he's not gonna let me rebow in the cold plains. Oh, alright. He's letting me rebow. What a gentleman. What a gentleman. I know I made that look easy.
Yes.
But I gotta say, this guy's got unexpected skill. Unexpected.
Good day.
Yeeky? Yeek? You think... no shit? The Legend of Yeek? Yeah, let me just show you how this sorceress tears it up. I know not many sorceresses have ever beat you, but... I mean, you might as well just put this one on the list right now. Because, as they say, she's a fast clipper ship. Close one, boys. Oh my god, I tried the up fireball there in case he had the lock. We got there. 3-3. It all comes down to this.
Good to see you.
Yeah, that was tense. Whew. Man, oh man. 3-3, boys. We were messing around before, but we're not now. Wow, teleported right into that whirl. Good whirl. Tense round, boys. Good duel, man. That was close. We almost had him. We were lagging, though. I'm not sure if you saw that. We were lagging. Don't worry for that lag. You'd have had it. Yeah, those were great. Good duel, man. He's extremely good on that barbarian. Wasn't sure if he was going to be as good on the barb as he is on the druid, but damn. Dude's got some skills, man. Yeah, there was no shot I was going to be able to redo it in the heat of battle without teleporting all the way to Cold Plains. I wasn't going to do that to him. I wasn't going to do it to him. That's the drawback to a build like this, doing cube bow. is like when you're in a high pressure duel, you cannot rebo. You know what I mean? You can't do it. I figured also like I could rep life back faster. I was like, whatever, I guess there's pros and cons to it, but then also the mana is lower. So yeah, we probably could have taken another hit if we could have got a bow off there, but is what it is. By the way, as you guys know, a little bit of issues with the spaceship today. But look, I just want to give a special shout out. Special shout out to our boy, Jerry Beatty, for that 9 months, bro. I see you. I'm not sure how long it'll take with the spaceship to come through to, you know, get on board. That's why we're here in the tavern. But bro, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Big cheers to our boy, Jerry Beatty. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Let's friggin' do it. You know? Duel didn't go our way. It was all because of lag. I hope the DFC matchmakers see that. It was all lag. We started going high ping there. You can see I basically stood still for that last part. Wasn't barely moving. And before I knew it, he's new. He's new. This guy right here. Mr. Gus Fring. This is what he was rocking. Fury. I figured he had a lot of open wounds. I honestly had wondered at one point, and I had thought that you were using a lot of open wounds. I was like, okay, he probably cranked it up, like with, you know, between that and gores and all of this. I was like, I seem to just be getting cut a lot. I assumed you probably had about 87% to 87 to 90% open wounds. Yeah. Yeah, he's got 67% there. Yep. Yep. So I actually assumed it was higher, but no, that was good. That was, I had figured you had a lot of open wounds, but Fury is surprising. I was wondering what you were getting it with. So it was Beast and Fury. Very interesting. Didn't use Grief. This is the first time we've ever seen a barb not use Grief in a duel and win. This is a historic moment. Perfectly rolled enhanced damage, I believe, on this beast as well. Genius, man. Genius. And then it's just all, look at this. Look at this, 320/20s. See, this is what it was. It was a little bit of lag, right? And then he's also just a decked out barbarian. Just absolutely decked out. Yeah, I mean, it's a good strategy. It's a really good strategy for an ES orc. Like, I'm surprised to see it. That was really cool.
HMU for sorc tips tricks.
Listen here, Brand. We're going to have to settle this one at some point. Just you and me. All right? We're going to have to settle this one. Brand, bro, thank you so much for that 20 spot, bro. Holy shit. Big cheers, brother. We'll give you an official one in the tavern here in a second. Bro, look at this.
Coooley, I want a regular stream where you just do pub PvPs and talk shit for a couple of hours. Cheers, bro.
Well, let's fucking go, Cooj. We might be onto something. Bro, that's sick. Look at this. Look at this inventory. Wow. Decked out. Look at this 6-point ring here. This barbarian ain't messing around. He linked us to this in the chat. Cooj, I see you, bro. Thank you so much for that 5 spot. We'll go to the tavern. We got some cheers to do. Look at this friggin' ring, dude. I think it's hacked. I think he hacks. Look at all this inventory. It looks duped to me. Looks like dupes. Looks like a whole bunch of dupes, man. He's a duper, a hacker. No wonder I was lagging. He probably tagged my IP or some shit. Yeah. Yeah. Very well built barb. Yeah, Gus is decked out, man. That's insane. It was a very good duel too. Very good duel. Very back and forth. I knew it would be. I was talking a lot of shit, but I knew it would be. Like, this guy's a savage. And he uses a +3 war cries in his cube so that he can fit everything into a cube bow. What a savage. What an absolute savage, man. Let's do this. Bros, what a duel. We got a big cheers to give to Brandel in the tavern here. Thank you, bro, for that 20 spot. Really appreciate that, man. And you know what, Cooj? I think you're right. It's been too long since we've done that. We're going to have to set something up. Big cheers, brother. Thank you so much for that 5 spot. Really appreciate it. To Pub PvP. Or to really Pub PK. Cheers, brother. Insane. Insane. Is he linking some griefs here, too? He's got some griefs. Look at this. This is it's not perfect. What a shit grief. Look at this. Why would you link this shit in the chat? Look at this. Shit. Terrible grief. It's not even perfect. Who is this guy? We got beat by a non-perfect item-wearing barb. This is embarrassing. Man. Where's the 15 life after each kill for the, for the matchups where that matters, Oh, this one's even worse. Who's this guy? Just 2 of them. Just 2 of them sitting there in his inventory. I thought about 4 2 bear in this Berserker axe. He was going to put 4 2 bear in this. Probably not a bad idea. The open wounds was certainly something. Like, it made me think twice before sticking around too long. The only thing about using open wounds and massive amounts of it versus a sorceress, and we kind of saw this like versus like in the later rounds versus Riz, is like when I know it's there and I know you're trying to get me to 1, or like really when any ES sorceress sees that, it kind of forces them into lates a little bit. You know what I mean? It's perfectly acceptable. It's just one of those things. There's technically a way to duel around it, but you see it, you're like, okay, I have maybe a couple of hits, and then I got a lates. Like, but if you use if barbs use a normal amount of like open wounds, like from gores or whatnot, a lot of times you can just sit there in your meteor, let him try to zerk you, let him try to hit you or whatnot, and just wait for your meteor to come down, which is usually a game plan. But I couldn't do that against Gus, aka Hellian, because he had that open wounds, and he was also just very good at keeping the locks. So if I tried to get away in the times that I didn't make an erroneous teleport into his fucking whirlwind, he was very good at keeping those locks, forcing me to go really far away, start doing CTs, and all of this. So he cut off the #1 trick in my book, which is, versus the barb, just sitting there in the meteor and letting him come down on your opponent. Like, just rolling the dice, being like, I bet you won't hit me by the time this meteor hits you. But he did a good job rolling the dice. He cut some good angles. He actually played very well. Like, and come to find out, this barb's decked right out, man. Gotta say, Hellian, this guy might be the next big barb thing right here. I would hate to ever see another barb v barb match, but if I did, we'd have to say no shields, barb v barb versus the punch. Can you imagine? That shit would go down in history. Yep, good duels, Hellian. That was fun, man. Very close. Very close. We'll get there next time. As the great Barack Obama once said, Mr. Coooley, I'll see you at the top. And Mr. Hellian, I extend that same sort of gratitude to you. All right? Well, I'll see you at the top. Something tells me this won't be the only time we're inside the digital octagon of the DFC. Yeah, very good, man. I was impressed with the aggression and everything. It was so good. Let me pop into the Discord. We got a couple of people streaming live here. We got Punch. The Punch. Or should I say, the tehPunch is streaming live. Or is he? What's going on here? This is OG Punch? The Punch that I see over here is not... He's on a Zon. What's going on? I'm so confused. Hold on, I gotta show you this. This is... I'm not sure what these guys are trying to do to me over here, right? But I'm slightly confused today. Let me show you why. This is Punch's screen. Are all barbs hackers that make their screens look like Amazons and they hack and dupe all their items. And are all barbs like this? Is this all barbs? He's hacking. Proof that Punch hacks. What, really? How come it says Punch in the join the stream chat? What the? That was some serious hacking, all right? That was serious hacking. But Premo, just so you know, your stream looks good, bro. In case you guys don't remember, Premo tried to stream from Discord at one point, just system requirements, all of this stuff. Weird shit was going on. And eventually, we would get 1 frame per 10 seconds. But dude, that actually looked good. That looked really good. I see, that's why I was so confused, I think. I popped out, okay, never mind. Look, guys, look. I just woke up 5 minutes ago, okay? Just woke up 5 minutes ago. I've been dog sitting all day. Just woke up, right? We're still... Which is another excuse as to why Hellian probably beat me. Alright? If we're just being honest. I just woke up. Wasn't really with it. Yeah, it should be at least 20 frames per second, which is watchable. That's definitely watchable. But okay, so now that Punch has stopped hacking, this is his real barb. I think Premo was covering for him. He was hacking, but now he's turned off his hacks. And we get to see OG Punch. tehPunch the man. The one and only legendary DFC Season 2 champ back in the game, and I'm so happy to see it. Honestly, man, so happy to see this guy back on the card. It's been years, dude. It's been years. Me and Steezish about to start? Alright, bro, let's do it. Let's do it. Alright, I'm going to pop into Steezish, and I'll get ready to check out Mr. Premo. Actually, you know what? Let's start up with Premo. Let's just do it. Let's just pop in, check out the Prem Supreme. Boom, look at this. At least 20 frames a second, dude. That's so good. That's so good. And he's on the Zon. He's on the Zon, dude. It is a little bit pixelated. A little bit of pixelation going on. But that is way better. I'm going to swap over to Steezish, just see what's going on here. See what this looks like. I think we have to... Oh my god. Oh my god. He just got cracked with an arrow, dude. Steezish just got cracked. Hard. Oh, man. Oh, man. And a big comeback. Did he just mosaic his ass? Bros, did he just mosaic his ass? No friggin' way. Oh my god, if that just happened, no, he didn't, because he's clearly got the plague on, right? Because of the aura. But he just walked up and started kicking, dude. He just walked up and started kicking. Is he busting out the bow? Oh my god. This is gonna be the fight. This is gonna be the fight, guys. He's busting out the bow versus a bowa Zon. A ballsy move. Ooh, and he gets cracked for it. Eats an arrow for his troubles. I wonder if he's got a lot of venom, and that's what he's trying to cut him down with that bow. Premo also not a stranger to the jabs, though. He will switch to those if Steezish comes in. And before you know it, Steez could catch that impale. He could catch that jab. There's a lot of threats. Dude, so what we've got here is we've got a bowa Zon and we've got a trans bowa Zon. Okay, I don't want any judgment. This guy Steez identifies as a Zon today. And there's nothing wrong with that. Right? He has the right to do that. Oh, big hits, and he actually gets in there and finishes. This is impressive. I gotta say, as a trans Zon player myself with my Paladin, this is a big win for not just Diablo 2, but I think mankind. This is huge. He got in there. He kind of, it looks like he just tagged him down with a bow a little bit. It's either open wounds or venom that he's hitting him with. He also still does have the charges. You see that? He's still got the Tiger Strike on the left click, which is interesting. It's possible. It's very possible that Steez has mosaics on because I see that Tiger Strike. It's very possible that he has those on, and how he's getting the aura is with Cure. That's very possible. Interesting duel, man. Premo making a little bit of swaps in the stash here. Yeah, I would be worried about that in case he is a mosaic sin. But then again, I mean, if he is mosaic, he's not really giving himself a lot of time to build up those charges, right? He's not really going after. You got to look at the way he's playing it too. He's not really going after the pets. He's not going after the clone, the what do you call it? The decoy. He's not going after the decoy to build up charges. He's not going after the Valk to build up charges. So I would guess he's more on a Venom setup as a martial arts sin that, you know, can build up the charges if he wants to. They won't last like they would with mosaics, would be my guess. Yeah, I think he might just be straight kicking too. It's a very interesting setup. You can use Tiger Strike with Plagues and just claw away. No shit. Yep. Yeah, that's true. So he could just be clawing away, building up a charge, and knowing he might just not be using mosaics, knowing that he'll probably only have time to get off one of those Dragon Talon kicks anyway. It's very smart. It's very smart. So his plan is just to shoot from the outside. He's not really trying to push get a charge and push pressure until he dies. He's trying to stay on the outside, frustrate his opponent a little bit, confuse him, look for an angle, maybe cut him open, maybe poison him. And then when he gets on the inside with not a lot of arrows chasing him, that's when you're going to see him start clawing his opponent up, start doing that Tiger Strike, start building up a charge, and then unleashing. Ooh, danger in teleporting around with the bow, though, because you never get the ability to claw block. But he gets out of there scot-free. Man, some good hits there, some good aim. Oh, man, and Premo catches him. Yeah, he definitely has Plague on. Yeah, he did hit a shrine there, but that was a stamina shrine. That's completely allowed. Completely allowed. Doesn't affect the duel substantially at all. Wow, good round there, man. Now it's 2-1 in favor of Steez, I believe. I think it's 2-1, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. 2-1 in favor of Steez. Good duel so far, man. This is an interesting... I expected no less. This is an interesting sin right here. Yeah, he was probably on burst of speed. Now, it may be that he's using burst of speed to try to mount a better offense off the start, right? And swap back and forth between two different buffs. It's possible. Steez is a very seasoned player with that. I wouldn't necessarily doubt him. And it's... A lot of people think that, oh, okay, if you have Fade, you got to go with Fade or you got to go with burst of speed for the whole duel. Very seasoned Assassins players can swap back and forth. I've seen it happen very rarely, but that might be what we're seeing here. Might be seeing a burst of speed when he feels like the coast is clear and he can shoot the arrow, right? It isn't like he's going to be... I mean, he's very vulnerable in that moment, but it's an interesting opportunity to try to get some more shots off, cut his opponent open, get that Venom proccing. Yeah. Yeah. And Premo's got a strong Zon too, dude. Like, you saw that. He probably hit 3 or 4 guideds there right back to back, and it basically drained Steez. Like, that was it. Those were big, big hits. And that, when he gets that many hits in there from a distance, too, it really makes it for an interesting duel on Steez's end, right? Because then his plan of getting in and kicking is kind of off the table. Because at that point, like, the risk is so big. Premo could just strafe the second that he comes in, which is certainly a trick that I'm not sure if we've seen that from Premo yet, but it's definitely something that he can use when the kicker tries to go in. When Steez gets close, he can just strafe. He's going to stay there. You don't want to be running anyway. You want to be mounting an offense, and that is a nasty offense to mount right there. That'll certainly race the kicks. Oh, nice angle from Steez. So he's also laying down some traps. I'm not sure how devastating those traps actually are, but he could be a very, very hybrid Sin here in the sense that he's got a bow, he's got martial arts, he's got traps. He's definitely doing damage with all of these attacks, and there it is. He actually got there with traps. He got there with trap damage that time, and that was after lower res going off. Uses 2 plagues. He has over 12k traps, I think. Okay. All right. No strafe. Word. Okay. Okay, yeah, no strafe. Interesting. Interesting. I think that skill's worth a point. When I put my Zon together finally, I think I'm going to put a point into it. I think it's a good one. Yeah, dude, that was good. I love how Steez got in the pocket there, and he didn't panic. He was, like, up very close and just didn't panic. You know, he stayed right there. That's typically a very dangerous spot against the Zon. Especially if they go Jav, start poking you, dude. It gets real dangerous real quick. Look at this. Fast clipper Zon right here. Can he make a big comeback? He's going to need to. 3-1. Using Titans. Dude, by the way, I just want to say this. F Titans is probably better than most of you guys' rare Javs that you use. Not even lying about it. It's just probably better. A lot of people use rare Javs and they probably shouldn't. I think he was trying to build up off the shadow there and it cost him about half his life. I think he might have been trying to build up off the shadow. And now Premo is lower resed, but his opponent is hurt badly. Steez is in rough shape here. Can Premo keep the pressure on here? He probably only needs one more clean hit, I would say. But he can't sit in those traps, and Steez is doing a great job of forcing him to move, dude. Setting the traps up and forcing Premo to move. Oh, big comeback from Premo. He's mounting it right here. It's 3-2, I believe. Premo needs to mix in a multi or two, I think. I think multi is certainly something that is so annoying at great distance that it's one of those skills that it just makes it so when you stay so far on the outside, coming back in is a bitch. You just feel bad because you're probably gonna take a couple of them. But the trick with that is you gotta be ready, because if you're shooting multi, you gotta be ready to swap back to guided when they approach a certain range, when they get within a certain range. It's a tough call to make, and especially when the response time isn't like an aggro response time where it's instantaneous. Your opponent's right there. It's like you have to factor in your arrow movement speed, when that's going to hit, when your opponent is going to be somewhere on your screen, and when your guided could possibly track them. You know what I mean? It's an interesting calculation for Zon to make. But it's technically the move, I would agree. Shadow eats guided. Yeah. You should be as BM as possible. D2 stands for BM. Okay. It's interesting. Oh my god. He might have had burst of speed up here from a distance. And now he's catching those shots, dude, from afar. Steez in trouble. Yeah, every match, life or death, baby. Ooh, big shots. A big name lock there from Premo. Oh, man. And Steez barely got out of there, dude. He had a whole bunch of guidance follow him, and he managed to shake him. Setting up those traps. Trying to push Premo to the center. Premo launching those guideds, and Steez actually doing a great job of staying in front of him. Like, not letting any of those guideds hit. Ooh, and a clip from a multi there. That one hurt. That one hurt, dude. Multi is definitely the play. Oh, multi is definitely the play. That is pinging Steez down. Oh, another big hit from multi. Premo's figured it out, boys. He's figured it out. He done figured it out. And now Steez might have to switch his game plan. Nice hits from the Javs, too, and now Steez is in a lot of trouble. Yeah, still no fade. And again, I'm assuming it's strategic. You see him busting out the bow a lot more when he has burst of speed on. So I think it's part of his strategy. And you also saw him shoot the bow with fade on, and it's extremely slow. So this could be part of his strategy to sort of push Premo into the center of the map and to stay away from arrows. But such a strategy opens him up heavily to multi-shot. And now Steve's setting him up. All right, so right here, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a lot of multi-shots from Premo. Because especially when he goes on the outside just like that, that's when he's vulnerable to it. You know that there's a good chance Steez could be swapping to that bow. A very interesting, very original strategy, but certainly makes him eons weaker to multi-shot. Because when he has that bow out, he does not have two claws. He can't, claw block cannot activate. So he's going to eat those arrows. He's going to eat all of those shots from multi. It's a very dangerous strategy at this point, and I think Premo's catching on to it. Yeah, Premo's a savage, man. He's getting good on this thing. It looks like Steve's making a few swaps here. He might be swapping, I would guess, maybe to a whirlwind setup. Did he put on chaos? Is that what he swapped out to? He might be trying to get in, which I actually like that. I like that strategy a lot more versus Azan. I really think that might be the way to go. But he still does have 12k traps, which can really get the job done in and of themselves. The thing is, Azan is forced into an interesting dilemma in this duel. When the assassin closes the distance, you have a couple of options on Azan. You could strafe, which just plugs them with arrows back to back, right? But the answer to that is the Sin just kind of walking, right? She's never going to get hit. She's just going to set up traps around you, and now you're in a bit of a pickle. So you have to switch to guided. If you switch to guided, the Sin's answer is to teleport around you and try to stay in trap range and let those traps, do their thing. Or the other option is, does the Zon go to Javs? Right? Does she switch to the shield, which is usually what they do? Switch to the shield, go the Jav route. Those Javs hurt, man. Even if they're Titans, they hurt. And most importantly, if you're going up against the Sin, if they're on this whirlwind strategy, it gives you the opportunity to block some shots. You got your dodge, avoid, evade, and your block. Yeah, Premo is one hell of a guy, man. Big cheers to Premo. Not only is he a big help in the Discord on these streams, but he's also just a hell of a guy, man. And he's got, fun fact, far more duelers than you think he does. Not sure if you ever checked out his profile on Discord. He's actually set up a number of them. Like, more legit duelers than I have, dude. Like, I think I have two that I feel good and comfortable on with, like, the gear that they have. This guy's got a number of them. And we're seeing him on Zon tonight. I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed, man. This is good. Tip one back to Premo. Star of the show, the VIP, if you will. I gotta say, this is probably the most exciting match I've seen in a while. I'm not gonna lie. I love Premo's Zon. I love his strategy. I love that we're seeing him figure his opponent out live. And I also love the fact that we see Steez mixing it up, trying a whole bunch of different things, whole bunch of different strategies. Like, we see one of the most original Sins we've ever seen. This is the Sin that we saw bring 2 mosaics to the battlefield a couple of weeks ago. And he's still got Tiger Strike hotkeyed or on the left click. which is impressive, right? He's got that. He can swap out, do some whirlwinding, and on top of it all, he also does 12k traps. You know, it's really something that he just forces his opponents to deal with it. Like, he's got so many threats. This is what I think a Sin should look like, man. Oh, big jab hits from Premo. That was a risky tele stomp, but Premo let him get away with it. Oh, and are they gonna jab? Are they gonna close range combat? Are they gonna do it? It looks like he might be going in. He might be trying it. Oh my God! What a close round, man. Steez gets there with a charge. You might have thought that he missed and hit his Valk, but he did not. He didn't miss. He went for that Valk purposely to build up that one charge. That was insane. He built up the one charge so his Dragon Talon would always hit. That was nuts, dude. And he actually got there. That was crazy. Did he swap to Mosaics for that duel? That was fun, man. GG's. Two very good players right there. Very good players, good sportsmen. Look, we gotta put that down for fight of the night for sure. That's Premo v Steez. That was a cool fucking duel, man. That was sick. We'll also put Coooley versus Hellian on there. You know, I know it kind of ended with a little bit of lag. I totally had that. So the results are a little flawed of that duel, but I think it was actually very good. That was one of the best barbs I've ever dueled. Ever. On my sorcerers. They usually crumble, and it's not even close. But that was an insane duel. Very back and forth. Yeah, I agree, Laser. That was good, man. That was good. We also got Punch in the Discord. Is he still streaming? Let's see. Let's see what's going on. He is. Oh, he is. Punch is still streaming. Let's see if we can pop in. Check this stream out, man. Is he ready to go? Is it? I think it's... Who is it tonight? It's Punch versus Botasaurus. That is Evil that we saw last week. Mr. Evil. And who some speculate, okay? I'm just saying this is speculation, not confirmed. Some would speculate that this is Cooley. Finally in the DFC. Finally backing it up. What's up, Vax? How you doing, man? Now, I would expect no less than aggressive violence from the Season 2 DFC champion that is tehPunch. Now, you might be thinking that I'm mispronouncing that, but no. That's how it's spelled. All right? Mr. tehPunch, I believe, went to school out in Colorado somewhere. You know how they teach their kids out there. You know, make a spelling mistake, you just move on and leave it there. Make a whole career around it. And that's what he's done. He's one of the most vicious barbs. Stole it from Deceit. Oh, so, all right. Yeah, I guess that's also a thing. By the way, Kron, appreciate you, man. Kron Daily. You, sir, are the GOAT. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Big cheers. But we're about to see the GOAT. This is, dude, Punch was the champion back when the DFC was not what it is today, right? Today, we do it every week. We have very exciting matches. We have a, you know, sort of a moving ladder. And Punch first existed in the original days of the DFC. When we did seasons, we would do like a, you know, it was almost like a ladder season of the DFC, where we had a all-time, it was basically these 1v1 matches that we would have, sometimes multiples a night for some players. And they would just build up a score, and at the end of the season, basically the players with the highest scores would duke it out in one of the final rounds to determine who was the DFC champ. And Punch was the Season 2 DFC champ. Yeah. Back in the day, dude. And I'm so happy to see him back. Back on a barb, too. And mind you, you want to know who he beat on a barb? Who was going... His opponent was on a VT back in those days. You want to know who he beat? On this bar... On a barb on LOD? You don't want to know who he beat? He beat Joby himself on a VT. Yeah. OG Punch, dude. From the LOD. He beat Joby on a VT. That was one of the most impressive wins, I think, in DFC history. Owned by this guy right here. No, actually, we have plenty of players. We do like a moving ladder, right? We still have the possibility to go back and look at any certain date, any certain time. But it's more like, think about like a fighting championship, right? Like, think about boxing or UFC even, right? It isn't like a season that you would get. Back in the day, they used to do like one-night competitions where someone would be crowned a champion, right? And now we've sort of done the same thing. We've moved on to the next level where it's just an ever-revolving door of potential champions, a perpetual ranking system. So even if you're not the champion, after a few duels in the DFC, we certainly know how good you are. And look at this. These guys have started off here. Very interesting match. We've got a Trapper in Coooley. Botasaurus. We've got a Trapper versus a Barb. Oh my god, and he just got lower res. Punch just got lower res. Oh man, Coolio stunting on him. Coolio just whirlwinded a whirlwind barb. And it weren't just your average whirlwind barb. This is Punch, boys. Bros. That might have been play of the night right there. That was nasty. You never see that. I'm surprised he even has chaos on his Sin. That's one of the claws that you make sure you take off before the duel when you're going up against a barbarian. You make sure you take that one off because you're never going to whirl for whirl with a barb. Holy shit. Oh my god, that was good. That was a play right there. I told you, it's nothing but epicness every Punch duel, man. Be it from his opponents, be it from him. I've never seen this guy in anything but a fireworks fight, dude. Are we sure about that? Because I've got confirmation in-game before that Evil was Coolio low. Are we sure about this? This might be a conspiracy, but I'm sure it's one that Coolio low wouldn't actually mind because Evil is pretty good, right? Like, he's pretty good. Coolio is Lotus, I think. All right. I'll believe it. I'll like 51% believe it, okay? But there's still going to be a large piece of me that's going to believe this conspiracy that Evil, the Sin, Botasaurus is actually Coolio low. Small 49% of my being is going to believe that. Big hits from the traps there. Oh, and he's also using Blade Fury. And he whirlwinds again, but this time, Punch was ready for it. Didn't go as planned that time. And that right there is why you don't whirlwind a barb. You don't go whirl for whirl on a Sin versus barb. Yeah, I'm a big fan of it, Imp. Honestly. Big fan of it. Yeah. I have some new LLDs too, man. I put together a level 18 dueler, and I was thinking about griefing some tombs with that. We might have to do that sometime in the very near future. He's level 18. He is so good looking. Handsome paladin. And he's just starving to KO people in tombs. He's starving for it. I don't see any level 18 duelers out there, so that just means we got to go kill innocent players. If you don't believe that, you don't really know D2. Look, still a conspiracy. Still a conspiracy, okay? All right, maybe he's not Coolio low. All right? Maybe he's not. But one thing is for certain. Botasaurus is a savage Sin player. All right, here we go. It's now 1-1, I believe. This one is tied right up, dude. And Punch getting in there. He's staying way out of the way of those traps. Look at that angle that Punch just cut. That was impressive. Yo, is Botasaurus streaming this too? Oh, hell yeah, he is, bro. Big hits already. Let's see how he's looking. This guy is untouched. This guy is untouched so far. A little bit of pixelation. That'll probably clear itself up. There it is. And Punch gets on him, dude. On him. Really long whirls from Punch here. I'm wondering if that's purposeful. Oh my god, and he clips him, dude. He clips him. You notice the long whirls that Punch is doing. I'm wondering if, like, with a player like Punch, I have to assume this is purposeful. And it kind of makes sense if it is, right? Like, you ensure that they can't just walk down, right? You're not just teleporting in. They probably wouldn't walk down anyway. But you're ensuring that you get them. And you're also moving away from these AI traps, right? So, like, if you take these long whirlwinds, especially if you cut an appropriate angle, it ensures that you're offensively moving away from the traps when you hit. That very well could be the reason he's doing these longer whirls. Usually you see, like, when a barb stomps, you see these short, sometimes triangular whirls that they do. But oftentimes it's hard to set up a triangle because your opponent's just usually gone. But these are long whirls at about 45-degree angles, which tells me that he's probably just trying to escape the traps as well. Offensively escape the traps, which is genius. Dude, yeah, it looks really GG. It's, you can tell the charms are matching. All of the charms are matching, and he's doing cube bow. So I got to assume that when someone does that, they have pretty decent gear. I got to assume, right? Like, Santiana does the cube bow, but as soon as all of her charms match, watch out, boys, because you're going to know she's on a whole different planet. That's someone who takes pride in their character right there. And a nice Zerk from Punch, keeping the pressure on, all while Botasaurus trying to stay in these traps. That time it didn't pan out for him. But damn, I think he might be trying to put on that chaos again, bro. Holy shit. He says it. He's like, if I go 3-1, I'm putting that chaos back on. I believe it's 3-1 right now. Punch making a big comeback after that first round loss. That was big, man. Punch is back. Now this is actually a tough duel for a barb. It has been even since the days of LOD. Now it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different in D2R, and that is because of the stun, right? You can't necessarily perpetually stun the barb when they come in, which is good. Makes for an exciting duel. But that kind of made a big difference in LOD in this matchup. The barb would come in, if he would get on your screen, you had a little bit more leeway. Because if they did these long whirls, which is why I was initially confused, because if they did these long whirls, you could just hold Mind Blast, and they had to whirlwind back to you, which was going to be so slow, it was going to take so much time, that your traps were just going to eat them alive. And by the time they get there, you're gone, right? So you've done enough damage to sort of instigate another interaction where they have to approach you. So as soon as they come on the map, the Sin would just hold down Mind Blast. That's what they would do. They would grab that name lock while they're in mid-whirlwind and make it so that they would hold down Mind Blast, traps hitting them all this time. They would make it so the barb would have to either whirlwind away and probably eat more traps, or whirlwind towards them and eat more traps and give them the opportunity to dodge them again. Let's go, Imp. Can you double shale those? Are you gonna socket a claw? Offhand socket weapons? Yeah, dude. Shit, bro. Yeah, if it's a magic item, you can potentially get 2 sockets. If it's rare, you can only get 1. Rare, unique, you can only get 1. Mr. Robert, big cheers. I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about. But you know what? You're welcome. And if it's last night at the hotel, I told you not to tell anybody about that. That was supposed to be top secret shit, all right? Top secret. Coming on my stream, blowing me up like that. Evil getting some whirlwind hits in here. He's actually trying to go toe-to-toe with Punch with whirlwind. He's got 2 traps set up here. Punch is happy to oblige in 2 traps. Happy to oblige here with a whirlwind battle. But he's getting cut, man. He's getting hurt. But it's just not enough. I gotta tell you, though, it was a lot closer when he was whirling. Evil is an absolutely savage player. Yo, bro, let's check out these guys' gear. This is insane. Let's see if we can get in the Discord and chat with Punch, huh? Chat with Punch, Botasaurus. Let's fucking do it. Yo, we up in the Discord. Punch, can you hear me?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, Coooley, we can hear you.
Yo, what's up? Punch is here. Bro, congrats on your win. I'm so happy to see you back, man. Back in the DFC and kicking ass. Off to a good start here.
Yeah, glad to be here.
So what does this barb look like, man? Are you decked out? Your charms aren't matching, which tells me your gear is probably shit.
Yeah, it's not great. I'll show you what I got.
I fucking told you. You got a little theory going? Hey, look at that, though. It's $399 damage. 14.
It all
Look,
works.
budget barb, but he's making it work. Bro, this is sick.
Self-rolled beast.
Oh, wow, that's a good one. Why the Enigma Scarab? Just for the looks?
The looks and the defense.
Yep, that's pretty decent.
I didn't have a dusk, so this worked.
Damn. Look at this. It's only piece of perfect gear I've seen so far is that a rack. Not even these up to gores.
Mm-mm.
Dude, not even a 451 poison charm. Not even a torch. This barb is inspirational, dude. Like, look, a two max damage charm? Bros. I gotta hit you up, Punch. I'm trying to build a barb so that I can embarrass Joby much like you did in LOD. I'm gonna need your help, dude. Look at this.
Yeah, man.
Life res charms. This is really cool, man. So what were you using? You're not the first barb I've seen with this War Cries Club. Why is that? Is it to swap out for the swap out in the cube with the Demon Limb?
Demon Limb.
Yep.
Yeah, Demon Limb, which, for sure.
6 to battle orders helm there. Sucks about the 1 socket, man. It's too bad. But still pretty sexy. Looks good.
It works.
Yeah, that's
Punch, don't go anywhere.
Oh, what these guys gonna do? You guys gonna BVB this shit? Look,
No. I got something for him.
Oh man, look at this. Hellian, man, if I didn't lag, that would have been a really good duel earlier.
It was a good duel. You got a lot of lucky blocks though.
You call them lucky. I call them that's what's supposed to happen. All right, we build it so that happens. Okay, that's how we build them. We set it up for success. That time we were lucky. But yeah, dude, those are some really good duels. All honesty.
Punch, it's on the floor, buddy. No, put them charms back.
I'm fucking out of here. Congrats, by the way. I'm gonna pop over and Botasaurus just stopped streaming. We couldn't check out the sin. That sin looked sick though. But GG, congrats, Punch. We'll talk to you guys soon. Geez, wow. All right, we're looking for more players. We're looking for more players to stream their duels. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to. Now that I know Punch doesn't have perfect gear, he doesn't stand a chance versus Santiana. That's clear. He doesn't have a Fury Berserker Axe. Punch uses Amp on Switch. What? No way. Me and GVN are about to start? Oh, shit. All right. Okay, never mind. Never mind. We about to get it. We about to get it. Bros, I gotta say, I'm actually so pumped about seeing what we just saw. Like, Punch's barb was not perfect. And personally, I love seeing that. I love seeing it because it's like, it's inspirational for people like myself who, you know, I have good gear. I've collected a lot of good gear, but it's not like the top tier perfect shit that you're going to see from like, you know, the Pride Barb players, the Pride Zon players, the Pride Sin players. It's not going to be that perfect, right? Like, none of my gear is that good. So I get so inspired when I see people like Punch pop in with just pure skill and tear it up on a barb that you saw that he had a 2 to max damage charm in his inventory. He had all of his gear was basically not perfect. The only perfect thing was the Iraq. It's just inspirational, I think. Yeah, it's like the almost perfect gear. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Premo. Like the charms on Santiana, for example. Like, I mean, just check this out. Like, they're not perfect. You know what I mean? We have like some good ones here, but we've got no 2017s, literally 0 of them. This is the best charm I've ever found, right? It's 2016. But then even look at the fire skillers. Like, they're not perfect. Why do you think when I brag about this chick, I always point to the gear up here, right? It's because this gear is perfect. It might be more affordably perfect, but, you know, it's not. We still got a lot of holes in the game, right? A lot of holes in Santiana's gear game. So it's really inspirational to me to see players like that, that put characters together and get there off from skill alone. I absolutely love seeing that. I think it's inspirational for everybody, you know?
Yes.
Is that Arnita Shear? What do you mean? By the way, what's up, man? Mr. Kot? If that is how it looks like a Russian name, I believe that's pronounced Kot in Russian. Big cheers to you, man. Thanks for being here. Max can probably correct me on that. Russian's a little lusty. But here we go. We got GVN versus Max. Max is off to a great start here. He's clipped GVN early, and he's pushing the pressure. Looks like dude, he's trying to close the distance. So he might be trying to whirl GVN. He might be either trying to get in, whirl, or kick. He's got some martial arts kicks coming out here. This shit is insane. I gotta say, man, this is impressive to see, but GVN, oh my god, and Max busted out the bow too! It is a night of creative sins, boys. A night of creative sins. But GVN gets there in round 1. Incredible. This is the second Zon v Sin matchup that we've seen where we've seen a Sin bust out a bow and start doing the kicks at close range. This is an interesting strategy. And look at this. Max has actually chosen a shield here. He has chosen to go with the Storm Shield for some added DR. He's getting his block that way. And I'm not sure if he has a claw that he's swapping out to here, if that's his bow flail right there, or what's going on. But a very interesting choice. Yeah, it looks like he's swapping out. That might be his battle orders. Yep. So he's one-hand clawing it. He's got Plague. And I assume that's for open wounds, for deadly strike. There's a lot of damage that comes from that, but also trap damage. Very nice setup here. He's got a lot of open wounds. He's got the open wounds from Plague. He's got the open wounds from his belt. So he's trying to cut his opponent open, keep him on the back pedal here. And GVN approaching this completely differently than Premo, in the sense that he's just being a tele boazon. He's on tele boazon duty right here, just flooding his opponent with multi-shot. Oh, was it East? So GVN's on higher ping. Oh, Max had him trapped. Some sick kicks from Max, but a clutch switch there from GVN. And he wisely decides to teleport away. He just got lower rezzed. And that's gonna make Max's traps hit quite a bit harder. Assuming that GVN didn't completely stack his light res. Botasaurus, big cheers to you, man. Good duel versus punch. I was impressed. I always talk shit about Sins that whirlwind a barb, but dude, you did it better than anyone I've ever seen. You almost got him there in that last round too. That was good. Big cheers, brother. Max doing the D flights here, trying to get a quick name lock so that he can stay on the inside. Yeah, and GVN is really discouraging him from busting out that creative bow that he's got. He's got the Widowmaker that he's shooting from a distance with, but GVN is a different kind of Zon, man. He's a different kind of Zon. He's very quick, and his decision making, which is the most crucial thing for a Zon, is how quick are you at making your decisions as to whether or not to switch to Javs, switch to multi, switch to guided. All of these things. Zon is a very high pressure style duel. You have to be, not in the sense that you're aggroing all the time, but when your opponent closes the distance, you have to know what to do. And GVN is just a legendary Zon, man. Legendary player. Look at that. Already on Javs as Max is coming in. Max laying down the traps. GVN wisely getting out of there. Yeah, for sure, HH. I think so too. I've dueled this guy on Santillana, and he makes it feel miserable. He makes it feel like there's no possible way you can win. That's the type of Zon player that GVN is. And look at that. Takes out Max for the second round here. An interesting setup from Max. Not going with the whirls, but going with the kicks. I kind of like that versus a Zon. I kind of like it. It's certainly difficult to set up, though. Now I'm wondering the choice about the bow and if he'll continue to use the Widowmaker here. Because GVN, it's an interesting strategy as long as the Zon doesn't consistently punish you for it. And GVN is so good at consistently punishing his opponents for making the wrong move. Yeah, Johnny Dub's easily number one, but there's a lot of people that are jockeying for number two here. And, you know, GVN's probably one of them. Austin doesn't even play D2R. What? Austin was a legend, dude. Is he on that D4 kick now? Look, I'm not going to lie, guys. I've actually been, you can hate me if you'd like. All right, I've been playing a lot of Diablo 4 season 2. I haven't got into the PvP yet. I'm still leveling and shit, but actually, game feels good. Like, it feels good. There's certain players. I won't mention any names, but I have followed a Necro build guide 2 times in a row now. One for the preseason. I didn't really play season 1, and for season 2, I follow the same person's initial guides. You can ask me in Discord. All right, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but there's somebody I'm never following their guides again. Like I always just find my own way to make a Necro in D4, and it just turns out better than the guides that I make. I'm never following them again. Like, just do it. Just jam it, slam it, Alabama it, as a wise man once said. No, I say that exaggerating, but truth be told, you know, I would say this to him. It's macros, and I say that kind of exaggerating. He's very smart, and I love his guides. I think they're very well thought out. But the challenge that he works with a lot of times is making guides before the season actually comes out, right? Like, he's working with information that he knows that he's a lot of times theorizing off from, and theoretically, the builds that he makes are perfectly fine. But I've found that I enjoy watching his builds develop because he oftentimes changes the Necro builds that he makes, you know, as the season progresses. So his guides are always on point. But, like, initially he's working with information that he's theorizing off of, and we're all theorizing off of. So, like, what I mean to say is I'll probably never follow anybody's guide again. Like, Macro is probably the best guy to ever make guides on theory alone, and still I think, like, he figures things out later on as the season progresses and develops. So, like, I exaggerate, but I'm probably never following a guide again. No, this season I went with Bloodlance Necro, dude. I went with Bloodlance this season. I'm actually loving it. It's pretty good. Very powerful. Boss killer, mob killer. It's really good. GVN taking some damage here, and Max is looking prime. Max is looking great here. Almost full health. Let's check this out. Let's see this from Max's standpoint. He must have switched something up here. He's definitely being more aggressive. We don't see him busting out the bow at all this time. I haven't seen him bust out that bow at all. And he's got GVN down low. He's taking this time. Instead of chasing, he's re-upping on the mana pots, keeping his opponent guessing. I think that's very smart. He might try to get there with a Mind Blast PK. Can he do it? Can he do it? His bow's running low, too. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Did you see that? Bro, did he go half elephant here? He has a sword on that has 4 jewels in it. They're all matching, which tells me they're probably facets, right? Because who gets like GG rare jewels or some shit that are matching? Nobody, right? They're probably facets. He probably went Elephant Sin with block and SS. Dude, this shit is insane. And he actually got there that round. Didn't bust out the bow. That time, he was a little more conservative with that bow. And he got there. And dude, you want to know the funny thing too, Hellian? Is fucking Jess just popped into the LLD game and shook the planet down there, dude. Like, this guy isn't just good on certain builds. The dude's just good in general. Jess is like one of those guys that D2 is so ingrained in his playstyle. Like, he kicked so much ass at this game over the years. The guy doesn't know how to be bad at the game. You could restrict him on a level 30. You could tell him that all he could do is teleport with a teleport staff, and now he's got to do things a lot differently. And oh man, LLD is so much different than HLD. Just put Jess in the pilot seat and he fucking messes everybody up, dude. He won a tournament after building a Necro 3 hours prior to the tournament. The dude is a savage, man. He's one of the best. Jess is one of the best duelers I've ever met in my life. Like, a guy is just insane. Ah, yeah, dude. And we see GVN doing that. GVN does these random, unpredictable telestomps with how he does it. The thing is, if you go up against certain players, like a Sin would probably be one of those players, especially one like Max is probably going to kick you. He's probably going to maybe cut you open, do something. You want to telestomp them opportunistically. You don't want to be predictable about it. GVN is like least predictable telestomper on a Zon that I've ever met. Like, you don't know when he's going to do it. He'll do it against characters that he shouldn't telestomp. He shouldn't name lock telestomp. But because you don't expect him to do it, and he knows that, he'll sneak one in here and there. It's very smart. Very smart dueler. Is level 30 Necro good 5-0 my druid? Dude. Me too. That's why I'll never try to grief Jess on like these on LLD with like these characters that I'm not comfortable with, because I actually think that could go embarrassingly bad. Like, dude is just good. Eternity taught him how to play. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I did too. I kind of played a part in it. Me and my uncle that worked for Blizzard kind of showed Jess the ropes early on. And now he's a legend, dude. And we have ourselves to thank for that. You know? That's how it is. Look at that. Sneaky telestomp from GVN. Very sneaky, dude. And now Max re-upping on the mana. Looking to approach from a different angle. Looking to reset a little bit here. We definitely don't see him busting out that bow, getting too creative now. Which I kind of don't blame him. Like, it's a very risky move to do against a Zon, especially a Zon like GVN. And GVN is at full life. He hasn't even... He's on half tilt right now. Just slamming his opponent with multi-shots. Max getting hit by these multi-shots from a distance, and GVN is so good at switching to the jabs at close range and actually landing them. Max, and you want to know who is also an underrated Zon player right now, who just built a Zon and is super good at it? Fucking Stadium, dude. That guy is really good. And look at that chain right there from GVN. Sneaky name lock. Jabs himself in for the win. That was savage. Max says, did you change anything? GVN says no, but the truth is, something has changed. GVN is figuring his opponent out. I remember I beat GVN once. That was the last time. After that, it was like he had a programmed script in his brain that said, this is how to kill Coooley. Never lost again. Yeah, I think so too, Laser. He's extremely good. Like, top tier Zon player already. He kind of reminds me of TFC Priest. I remember dueling TFC Priest back in the day, and if you guys remember him from LOD, he was the top Zon player. There was nobody like TFC Priest. His aim was on point. His decisions were on point. His Zon build was probably still the most creative Zon build I've ever seen. I have not seen anybody build a Zon like TFC Priest. Nobody holds a candle to him, in my opinion. But there are people who have gotten close, and Stadium is one of those guys. Like, very close with his Zon skills. Just his aim, his decision-making, all of that stuff, man. He's very good with it. Yeah. Yeah, Darren's nuts, dude. TFC Priest ended up, I think he started up his own redemption center and focused on that business. So he kind of stepped away from the D2 world. But I wouldn't be surprised if someday we see Mr. TFC Priest come back. We did see Audacity in the early days of DFC Unlimited. We had this Zon, his name was Audacity. And he was also pretty comparable to TFC Priest. He was the first person to remind me of TFC Priest. That whenever we see a really good Zon player making good decisions, can't help but think of that. He's just the original legend of the Zon, right? Yeah, he set the precedent for all Zon players. And yeah, like, but we haven't seen Audacity in a while. I think actually he's playing a lot of D4 now. I don't blame him, dude. D4 is actually kind of cool. Like I said, I'm very interested in seeing the PvP. I'm going to try to get to 100 this season and actually do some PvP and see if it's like ass now or if it's actually good. There's tournaments. There's PvP tournaments in D4. So, I mean, it can't be too horrible. It can't be D3 style horrible. Yeah, Darren's just a good dude. We were all doing some terrorized chaos last night. You should have seen Darren trolling this guy that was in the game. I first made fun of him because he was stealing my drops. Guy's name was Bruce. And fucking Darren started linking all of these items and editing the names in chat. And it was fucking hilarious. Like, he would link, like, Bruce's mom's twisted finger or whatnot. Like, and it would link to an item. Bruce gave me this for Christmas. It's some, like, it's some elite item. Bruce's box of goods links, like, the Herodric Cube. Just trolling him, like, the whole hour. And dude was a champ, man. It was probably the most fun I've had in a terrorized chaos run in a long time. Like, dude is hilarious. Dude's got top tier memes too. Not sure if you've seen Stadium's meme game. Top tier. Top tier, dude. Yeah, char named Bruce. Char named Bruce, yep. GVN methodically dancing around these traps, but Max making it difficult for him. Name locking him with a guided arrow. We see it again. Okay. We've busted out that guided. We busted out that Widowmaker again. Max setting up the traps. Happy to engage GVN in a massive set of traps there, and I think he won that exchange. A very tough duel for Max, for sure. Yeah, that was how it was, Eternity. Like, I mean, and even to this day, I think there's a little bit of... There's a few different rule sets out there. In HLD, I think we have the best one. But there are some others out there. But I think HLD-wise, like, DFC rule set is the best. Dude, we had a record number of Zon and Barb players sign up for this DFC, and they've been kicking ass. Tell me that's not a healthy rule set. I will show you a liar. Like... it's good, dude. And there's still Paladin players that kick ass. Paladin's still not overpowered. It's still a weak class, but people say, oh, I hate these Paladins can do anything. Paladin's so overpowered. But just get good, man. That's it. Like, you know, if you're good, you just wreck Paladins. Now, look at this. GVN is at 1 life. Mind Blast PK. He could get Bay PK'd here. It's very possible. GVN very low. He's sticking to this tele bowa style now. He's gonna try to catch Max coming in. He's gonna catch him. He's gonna try to catch him with multi-shot coming in. It's his only option. He's Mind Blast PK. It's now his only option. Back's on the ropes. He might not be 1 Mind Blast PK anymore. Might have rep back enough life. He's turning this into a real duel. Max trying to get in. And Max does get it. He does finish, man. Wow, this is insane. This is a very tough duel for Max. This is not easy. I told you, boys, at the start of the show, I told you if there was a sin that could give GVN a hard time, it's going to be Max. All right, I think the score is at least 3 for Max. Or is it 2? Hold on. Is it 3-2 in favor of GVN? Is it 3-3? Hold on. What is this score? It is... Let's see. Charsi, Max. Charsi, Max. Charsi, Max. Max. It might be 4. Oh, it's 3-2. 3-2. Okay. Max was all over the place scrolling. All right. All over the place. 3-2 in favor of Charsi. In favor of GVN himself. I've lost count, dude. This shit is back and forth. This is a really good duel. Oh my god, did you see the weapon Max is using? Did you see it? Did you see it? He's using Flesh Ripper. F-Zodded Flesh Ripper. I forgot my my kick sin flesh on a mule using my blade sin one. Oh well. Oh my god, bro. Creative. Yeah, and by the way, Aura, I'm seeing you now, dude. Like, honestly, this is what I say. Like, this is how the rule set started in the DFC. We started up by basically, we didn't allow everything, right? But we didn't ban a lot of things that were banned. And this was even in the days of LOD, right? We just said, you know, as sort of a noob dueler back then, I'll admit I was not as good as I am, if you could use that word. I'm not as good as I am today, but I was certainly kind of a noob. And I said, I don't understand why these things are considered OP or bannable. So we're just going to allow them until we see otherwise, right? And now, like, this rule set has started out with those sort of roots, right? And now we see a developed rule set that certain things that are still allowed that other rule sets have not allowed in the past, such as all the poison damage, is still around, has never been banned. Because, truthfully, yeah, some matchups, it just feels bad, right? But there's always an answer. Especially now in D2R, there's really an answer. Like, when I thought for a second that my opponent had a lot of poison, I just knew what to do. I was like, oh, okay. Oh, my God, and a back-and-forth trade at close range with these guys. Max not coming out on top of that one. He says, bad call. He was ready to kick, going kick for kick or kick for jab there. That was insane. Which, by the way, Mark Miller, my dude, legend tier for 10 months. Rose, let's cut over to the tavern. This is a cheers-worthy event right here. Mark Miller, without that support, we would have never been able to afford this tavern. Keep that fire going. Keep the band coming in and out sporadically. Look, we don't really ever have a lot of customers here, except on Thursdays. That's when I love seeing you guys on the other side of this bar. Appreciate you, brother. Couldn't do it without you. Big cheers. Thank you so much. Let's jam it. Is that it? Yeah, I think it's GG's. I think that was a win right there for GVN. A 4-2, though. Max gave him some trouble. Man, that's tough. Okay, so look at these jabs. This is what GVN is using for his jabs. So let's actually just cut over. Let's see if we can cut over to GVN and see what he's using. Because GVN's Zon, I'm not sure if you've seen it, is fucking savage. Like, his setup is nuts. Look at these jabs, man. Most people, Titans is just a better choice for jabs. This would be an exception. 40-15s and a 230-22 open socket, 18 Dex helm. Get out of town, dude. Get out of town. That might be one of the best Zon helms that I've ever seen. Rep life on the 220 amulet with 15 all res. Yeah, Max, that was very impressive, dude. That was very impressive. I thought you were going to come back in the end. Like, that Flesh Ripper strategy was certainly the way to go. 40-15 in the Storm Shield. A perfect Storm Shield, I would expect no less. The only thing that varies on this is the defense. And they're not really worth that much more being base perfect. But oh, look at this. 100% perfect War Traps. Defense, MF, attacker takes damage. All of those can roll. And everything but the MF is important. But, you know, on is on. But wow, look at this. Solid 6-point ring there. Perfect Iraq. And you just know that those charms are probably a healthy mix in the inventory. Oh, gloves too. Knockback 14 dex, passive 220s. Gosh, you know that all those charms are probably a healthy mix of 32020s and 2011s probably in this matchup. 100% perfect faith. Matriarchal bow. Take notice, okay? Matriarchal is his bow of choice. Probably for the IAS there. And he's only level 97, okay? He hasn't even reached his full potential yet. All right, so he's got 3 XX20s on this guy right here. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some sort of mix of lightning here as well in the inventory. It's hard for a Zon to stack up resists without doing it in the inventory. Yeah, there it is. He's got 25s. That's what it is. Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if a good number of those were resistance charms. And they were. And even with that, he's still hitting like an absolute truck. This guy is just a savage. Very well-built Zon. And he also has got Impale on the hotkey, ready to go with that. Impale is so good, man. Look at that, 7k damage, always hit. Shit is nasty. Guided arrow. Ooh. Look at that damage, boys. It's really good. Really good. Yeah, Impale's very strong. Did he crack you with Impale at all? Yeah, he did. It won him a bunch of the duels. Yep. Wow, dude. That's so sick. That's so sick. I love this. He's showing off the setup here too. Y'all might want to make memory of this stream right here. I'm actually going to go back to this too when I build my Zon, because I need a good setup, and GVN has got it, man. That shit is sick. A good win. This is Max watching us. He's about to get an infinite mirror effect right here. Ready? Boom. Wait for it. If he waits long enough. I was going to say, it's like a mirror, but the reflection is really slow. But this is Max's setup. This is what he landed on. I think this is probably the best setup. By the way, I see you, Tommy Fred's Trains. Bro, I see you. We're going to have to jet over to the tavern after this for special cheers, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah, I really like this setup that Max went with. So he was going with Plague. He was swapping back and forth between this.
Thanks for doing Thursdays several times a week.
You know, we'll do Thursdays as many times as it's Thursday in the course of a week, bro. Whenever it's Thursday, we're going to do this. We're headed over to the tavern after this, but bro, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate that, Dono, bro. Big cheers. Yeah, this was a very tough duel for Max. Very tough duel. But I knew that if there was a player that could give GVN a hard time on a Sin, it would probably be Max. And dude, look, let's be real. He almost got there. That last round where he chose to go toe-to-toe there, I think if he would have landed on this setup earlier, he might have figured that out earlier to, you know, it's kind of a crapshoot when you do that. But it was still very exciting, still very interesting. That was a good duel, man. Good to watch. And bro, thanks for showing off these builds, guys. Look at this Widowmaker. Ain't even perfect. Not even a perfect Mara's. You know, he doesn't use Mara's on the main. That's just for bow. But some people stunt with a perfect Mara's. Max ain't a stunner, all right? This guy's pure skill, pure creativity. That's how he gets his wins. That's how this guy remains top of the Sin list in my book. Just insane. Very good setup. Thanks for showing it off, Max. GG's. All right, let's cut over. Let's go to this tavern real quick. Man, it's been too long since we've been here. Just want to give a special cheers. My dude, Tommy Fred's Trains. Thanks for that $2.95, bro. The $3. And like I said, every Thursday of the week, whether there's 10 of them or only one, we'll be right here kicking ass. Big cheers to you, my dude. Wow. Good night of fights so far. We got to make sure to put those fights down on Fight of the Night. We got Punch versus Botasaurus. We've got Max versus GVN. Great fight so far, man. Holy cow. Like, I'm actually glad that last fight wasn't a complete shit show. Because I knew that there was a possibility that it could be. But Max is just a very creative guy that, like, even when his back's against the ropes, you saw him pull out those wins there. Like, there's certain players that can do it. You know what I mean? You just gotta know who's on the card. You gotta know their abilities. I thought that Max might even be able to pull that out. It was gonna be tough no matter what, because Zon is tough for a Sin. But it was exciting nonetheless. That shit was cool. That shit was cool. Dio, are we gonna see you tonight? You and Mr. Arm and Hammer? That's gonna be the toughest fight of Arm and Hammer's life. This guy is undefeated in the DFC, making big waves. All right, this is a important duel between you two. Next week we should see the return of Vamp the Champ, aka Vamp the Boogeyman of the DFC title. And we're gonna need to present him with a worthy potential champion. Who is that going to be? Yeah, anyone that thinks they can catch Dio easily on a smiter, I hope you're cheesing. I hope you've got a more life tap than allowed. I hope you've got a lot of patience, because Dio's not going to make it look easy. Dio is the paladin killer, dude. Like, all forum gold bets on Dio tonight. Like, if ArmondP pulls this out, he might actually be the best hammered in of all time. Like, might just be the best of all time. Because Dio is the paladin killer, dude. Guy is a savage. Yeah, and so is ArmondP. ArmondP is really good. Like, I wouldn't have even made this matchup if I wasn't actually curious and thinking that he might possibly win it. Like, he has been through the ringer, dude, of, like, you know, started up slow, just absolutely terrorizing people. But as of lately, dude, he has had some tough opponents, all right? Santiana. Actually, wait, hold on. He went Din v Din versus me. That's what it was. I had the Murder Din, and it was close. It was 3-3 before we just decided to switch characters because we knew that we both were probably going to pride that out for hours and nobody wants to watch it. But we switched characters for the last duel, which I lost. But it was 3-3 up until that point. And, dude, I was so impressed at ArmondP's ability to adapt to my playstyle and adapt to what I was going to do to him. Like, oh, I'm going to use poison. Okay, so he's going to get hit. He's going to go over here. He's going to remain evasive. And he's, you know, eventually just stops stomping, which was very smart. And just kind of got me into this chase mode with him. Like, he's very good at playing his opponent. You know what I mean? He's very good at that. So it's possible ArmondP could beat Dio. It's not impossible. My bet's on Dio because I've never seen... I think the only paladin I've ever seen beat Dio was Joby in a DFC battle before. I think possibly Joby. Maybe Toshank way back in the day. I'd have to check. But, like, even with Joby, it was a very close duel. He was very patient, always moving. Like, and also it was a different time where there was higher life tap rules, like, for paladins, which, by the way, paladins have fallen off the map since we got rid of life tap. Or since we limited life tap. Just pointed out, just a data point. We don't even see that guy. Who was that guy with a character named Coooley? Guy fucking switched to a sorceress, I think. Just gave up on the paladin when they changed that rule, which I mean, he was topped in for a while. All I'm saying is that really changed things there. Yeah. Either way, though, regardless, point is, Dio is the Din killer, dude. And any Din that thinks it's going to be an easy day versus our boy Dio is sorely mistaken. Well, now that I've got my duel done here, and I showed improved, almost killed Hellian except for the lag, you know, I think what we'll do, I'm going to switch to some LLD in the meantime. All right, let's hit the tavern real quick. Let's hit the tavern. Well, DJ, kill it. I'm going to exit out of this instance right here of my Diablo. We got to switch accounts. I actually have two different accounts. All right. I have an account for HLD, and I have an account for LLD. The other account also is for griefing. But the account name is too close to Coooley, so people assume that I'm Coooley in there. So I've actually made another account where griefing people doesn't feel as bad, right? Dude, it sucks. You pop into a game with the intent to grief people, and then they're like, whoa, is this the real Coooley? I'm a big fan. Your stuff is awesome, bro. Hostile kill. Hey, you know, it feels bad. All right. So we have to remain anonymous. This is the LLD account. Let's get some reps in. So I wanted to have an LLD tournament this weekend, but this weekend is actually very busy for me. I have a lot of IRL stuff going on. So we're going to aim for next weekend. First big DFC LLD tournament. And we're going to see how it goes. We're just going to see how it is. We might make just a fun rule set to try it out. Oh, man. There's a lot of LLDs out there right now. I'm going to make AIM I'm going to make this one right here. LLD 101. See if anybody joins up. Right? Well, we're just going to see. We're going to see who's out there for LLDs. See if anybody wants to slap. They probably don't. A lot of them are scared. Ever since I made this barb, I can't even begin to describe how many people are scared of it. They laugh at my choice of armor. They laugh. People legit laughing. LOLing in-game until they get cracked. I took down Toshank once with this barb, and then I unfortunately had to go AFK 6 hours. But, you know, something came up. But that's all I'm saying. You know, barb's got potential. Yeah, LLD is super fun, dude. We were just talking about you, Jess, about how Jess went over to LLD and just started stomping everybody in the division, making it look easy. What's up, bro? Yeah, so this is LLD is a little different than HLD, right? It's a little bit different, okay? You're not allowed mana pots. And you don't have Enigma, so you got to teleport around with a tele staff. Just like this. And you got to get good timing. You got to be good on the timing.
I need a key.
Just like that. I mean, this barb, they laugh. They call him Barney. I should have named him Barney, right? A big old purple helm for him or some shit, too. I think I missed a big opportunity there, naming this guy Grief, right? The point was to grief pubs, but after doing some pub griefing with my barb, I gotta say, I'm either not good enough on the barb to grief pubs with it, or there's just better characters to grief pubs with. This barb doesn't stand a chance when someone brings in a higher level character. When they get pissed and if they bring in, like, a level 90 character, you're just never gonna hit them. Unlike the Charger, where you might still not hit them, but if you do, you're gonna kill them. Like, you know, it's a lot more surprising. Whereas if you hit him with this barb, finally, you might do, like, I don't know, 500 damage on a good crit hit or some shit. It's just not gonna be... It isn't good at taking out, you know, the high levels so easily. Which is the whole point of griefing a game with a level 30. Right? You want them to bring their high levels out, and you want them to get embarrassed. And this might not be the character for it. Eternity, you got to get on D2R, man, especially if you were a legend back in LOD, bro. It's a bit different of a game. I would look at it as a different sort of game, right? He says, look, Coooley. Oh, shit. Look at this. Hold on, let me move aside. This is an honor with Fist of Heavens and +3 cons, +3 Blessed Hammer. That's really good. Other one has +3 cons, +3 Blessed Hammer, War Scepter with Meditation. That's sexy, dude. Sexy honors. Now, that's also a very big item, very big weapon in LLD, is the honors. A little sloppy on the circlet, not gonna lie, especially if it's a hammer. It's a little sloppy, that's all I'm saying. It's a 130-20, could be 2 open sockets, or could be a 230-20. Little, just slight slop. That's all I'm saying. That amulet, though, is savage. My Charger would love that amulet. 110, 53 life, 61 mana. Pally is greater. No need combat. I disagree. I think +1 to Pally skills is actually better on a Charger, depending on what you want to do, right? But in my experience, the hammer damage is higher with combat skills. Oh, for Team Hammerton, not 1v1. Yeah, okay. I could probably see that. All right, hey, we got a good group in here, man. We got a good group of level 30s in LLD 101. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I mean, these guys they're all going to fall to the barb. It's not going to be close. Like, I don't want you guys to think anybody's going to stand a chance against this guy. But, you know, go LaCoe. Yeah, no one's really going to stand a chance, unfortunately. clipped him. Yeah, he tried to get creative with that amp. But this barb with the rattle cage, Mr. Barney the Barb, just too good.
Good day.
Just too good. Oh, Coda wants a piece. AFK 6 hours, guys. Yeah, I'll be back. Coda should be easy. Just AFK 6 hours. Whirlwind needs attack rating. If you chance to hit considers level difference. Yeah, that's actually a big point too. It's a very good point. Level difference is huge. So like it's very hard to hit. Yeah, sort of backing up the point. It's very hard to hit a high level when they bring those in to try to defend their low levels. It's very hard to get a surprise win. Yeah, it's a very good point. Go Coda. He is a paladin. He's a Hammerdin. Okay. Hold on. Alright, we locked it in. There we go. Gotta be patient here. Gotta be patient.
It's locked.
Clipped him. We clipped him. It was a good whirl. Just like that, boys. I mean, it's... just like that. Barb is too OP. To be fair, the Barbarian is actually considered OP in a lot of by a lot of people in LLD. For whatever reason. And I honestly don't think a lot of people have gotten to the bottom of it yet. Yeah, he's too clipper ship for most people. Like, yeah, but tele stomping is so weird. Because you have to swap weapons while you do it. It's so odd. Takes some good timing. Alright, so he's got me name locked. Alright. See, like, swapping is so hard. Trying to trick him. Trying to bait him. Flipped him. He's got that name lock. Flipped him. We got smited, though. We got smited. Look, they're a little bit slower pace than, you know, HLD. All right? That's the point. That's the point. Oh. Good charge. Oh, okay. 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 Got that amp. What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Oh.
Can't carry anymore.
Just the timing. The timing is hard to beat, man. Played Paladin for probably the last 50 years. Just smell it. You can smell it when they're waiting to charge. When you get the DFC tag team matches going, shit sounds sick, man. LLD or HLD? Yeah, bro, I would say go with the desktop eternity. Like, I like gaming laptops and all, but like, in my experience, most of them pale in comparison to desktops. Really, for one big reason, if in my position anyway, is like, even if you get a high-end gaming laptop, the fan just like comes on, and if you're trying to like stream or record anything, you always, like, especially if you have the microphone going, you just always have that fan going. Now, even if that isn't your thing, right? Like, and it's, you know, you initially think like, oh, well, I don't plan on streaming or recording anything. Well, what if you do? You know what I mean? Like, why spend just as much on a laptop and cut your ability to do such a thing? You know, or hell, even a Zoom meeting. What if, you know, what if you're in a Zoom meeting with a damn thing, your fan starts going off because of your friggin' graphics card or some shit? Like, in my opinion, even the high-end gaming laptops, for that reason, mostly pale in comparison. Like, desktop's just the way to go. Yeah, the jet engine, exactly. Yeah, I have an Alien too in the other room. That's what I use. Like, that's my I was planning on doing like some remote streaming with it at some point, but that was what I noticed, is like the fan was just so loud. I'm like, there's just no way this can be done. All right, let's see if we get some more people in the Discord for some DFC, huh? Like, I would hate to step away from LLD. As you guys can see, I'm probably best LLD, you know, ever. But that aside, it is cool to see some other people duel. We also got to get some other people on the card to be considered for performance of the night, fight of the night, although we have some pretty nasty ones already. That's a pretty high bar, not gonna lie. All right, he is a sorceress, so we're gonna have to be clutch here. Oh, he's cold too. Caught him with that inside out, boys. It's all about timing. Dumpstered. Nah, I don't really think barbs are one-sided. I think that, like, put it this way, barb is the I think it's the druid of LLD. Barb is the druid of LLD. So, like, if you're an HLD player and you're getting into PvP, probably druid is fine. You'll just inherently, based on power level of the character, get a lot of kills on a lot of people that don't know what they're doing, right? And it will feel good. It's very simple, very easy to learn game plan. But as soon as you run into people who know what they're doing, they'll make it tough for you. Like, you know, sure, you can still hit pretty hard, but some people are just hard to hit. Some builds are actually, in my opinion, more overpowered than the barb, such as the sorceress. I think that's a very overpowered class. There's, you know, even a hammered in, I don't lose to most barbs on my hammered in, unless they start throwing poons, right? Like, if they throw poons, like Fax does, really adds some interesting things into the mix. We're not even hitting this time. We whirled him like a million times. No hits. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do with it? We just can't hit him today. We just can't hit him this time. That's I believe it, and counting. I believe that's actually 2 million hits, and we haven't been able to connect. All right, after 3 million, we got 2 small low crit hits. Flag. Yeah, those were some bad whirls. Those were bad whirls. For sure. GG's, Premo. Big cheers to you, man. Appreciate you. And good duels tonight, brother. All right, we'll give it another few minutes, and then, you know what? If we don't get anybody show up, we're just going to do the votes, man. We're going to do the votes, and we're going to kick some ass on LLD. I'm perfectly fine with that, too. We'll do the votes, and I think some people would be very happy. We actually had a lot of very good duels tonight, honestly. Like, a lot of good duelers. A lot of good showmanship. A lot of good sportsmanship. Some very good duels so far. All right, here we go. Let's actually get some hits in this time, huh? Caught him PVMing. We caught him PVMing. We saw for a second that his attention was diverted to the monsters in the Bloodmoor, and we're not going to let him get away with that. Let's be real, right? This is a real duel. Yeah, that's what I say. We need some more people up in here. We got I see Riz in the Discord. Riz might be on deck, ready to go. And he's got himself an interesting duel tonight versus Javito. So I think he's, like, ready to go. That's going to be a tough one for him. Ooh, good hit. Caught him. GG. Good duel. Yeah, cold sorcs I think are really insane too. I don't actually have a lot of cold stack on this. But like, I mean, cold sorcs are always a problem, right? There's a lot of restrictions around ES in LLD. Like if you go ES, first of all, you can't really get to the same level of ES in LLD that you can in HLD while maintaining the strength of your character. But also they limit the block on ES. Sorceress is just kind of in an interesting spot. I really got to think. I got to consult with some people and think about what to do versus a Sorceress, because I'm telling you, like, I've caught Choco with his staff out a couple of times, but like if I didn't, Sorceresses are just so good. Like their teleport and their ability to do it all the time is just insane. Oh, he's so lucky I fucking fail swapped there. That was clean. All right, I'm not even gonna lie. That was clean. That was clean. Oh, that sucks, Brand. Dude, I would love to see that. Brand duels are excellent duels. Guy is really approaching Santiana status on that sorceress. I mean, he's not quite there. Like, he's got a long ways to go. But he's getting close. Look, it's not the barb, all right? That was a clean hit. That was clean. That was clean. It was just the whirl. It was clean. Oh my god! That is the nastiest crit I have ever seen. We're just going in for it at that point. That was the nastiest crit I have ever seen. We won him. We won him with one tick. Yeah, Barb is not OP. Alright, I want to hear it. You are using grief. Don't tell anyone. Oh shit, I have my staff out. Alright, what you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? What you gonna do with it? That's right. Yeah, the thing is, so amp procs are a big thing in LLD, but a lot of times when they proc, it's on your opponent to kind of do something with it, right? Like, a lot of times when someone procs amp on me, I'll just kind of lates a little bit. The worst character, though, to get amp procced on you against is a Zon, because they can do something about it from a distance. Like, it's so insane. You see these LLD bows. I honestly, in my opinion, I think Zon is the most OP LLD. Next to that is Sorceress, and somewhere in the middle is Barb. That's my honest opinion of it. Barb seems good right now, but it's literally... It's because you have the best Barb player. I beat Fax once, and I also beat Fax on a Charger. So, therefore, I think that's logic enough to believe that I'm the best LLD in the world. So, that being the case, you've got a pretty good Barb on this Barb, all right? But when we take this to a tournament, man, it's different. Man, it's different. Vax is a pretty insane Barb, though. Caught him. So, I'm not sure if the mana cost on Blizz is still very high in LLD, but I notice he's, like, running out of mana a lot. So, I assume it probably is. Like, I assume it's still probably pretty high. But, I mean, also, you guys are looking at the most savage Barb. Very few Barbs out there, like the one in the back. You see, looking down on the spaceship. They don't make them like this guy anymore. He's just cut from a different cloth. You're seeing it. Cold Sorcs do no damage in LLD? Really? Really? I don't know, man. I've been cracked by a few cold sorcs before. Just wonder if it's worth anything. Yo, what is it, dude? Is it LLD? You said LLD? Spear? Go, bro. Basically, to be good, they need to have very high damage. Sometimes amp can be good. We caught him that time. Amp can be very good, but most of the time, just the high damage is what matters. And for high damage, I mean, you gotta remember, E-Rep harpoons can get up to like 200 plus damage, like on an average day. Oh. Queen. Just clean hits, boys. Just clean. GG's, Josh. All right, boys, I see Riz live, by the way. I see Riz live. I think this could be something. Let me pop in. Let us pop in and see what's going on with Riz. Oh, we had a little interjection here. LLD intermission is over. It's time for Riz the Champ to take on JavitoPvp. A savage paladin player. Now, if Javito has brought his hammered into this duel, he has a chance. He might also have a chance with his smiter. And he has. He's brought his hammered into the duel. Okay, interesting. Now, in my experience, the key to having a shot on a hammered in versus Riz is you got to be ready to address him at close range with something other than hammers, right? Because a lot of times what Riz will do in these Din v Ghost Sin fights is he'll whirl down. You see him whirling down right here, especially as Javito is trying to chase him. He's whirling down. Now, that's going to be very interesting. It makes it so that the hammers don't immediately hit, and he has the chance to claw block if he stomps you, right? You want to discourage him from stomping and just always taking advantage of whirling down by really punishing him for coming in, having the hammer field ready, and possibly even a smite to back it up with grief or, something of the such, right? Otherwise, look at this. This is just prime down whirls from Riz, the previous champ of the DFC here. Ooh, a nice puddle there from Javito, but he wasn't able to capitalize on it. Javito remaining aggressive, keeping Riz on the ropes. That's another strategy right there. But Riz also has a backup. He's using Blade's Sentinel to sort of discourage his opponent from getting too aggressive. And that might be paying off for him. Oh, a nice whirl down. He actually just about halves Javito. He's got a name lock. Centering that cursor. Looks like he may be going for it. Chooses not to stomp the hammered in. I would agree with that decision. It's usually a bad idea. Yeah, weapon block is OP. That's why I say when you have somebody with heavy whirlwind damage like that, that's not a barb, right? Like when you have a Sin coming in at you like that, it's probably good to just be able to discourage them, to smite them, and punish them for ever trying to stomp, right? But it looks like Riz has got the perfect game plan here. He's got an insane amount of Blade Furies he's throwing out and some perfect angles on these whirlwinds. This guy is stunting. This guy's putting on a class act right here. He might even go in for the stomp here. I wouldn't be surprised. He's got his opponent low, but that's why it's bad news to ever try to stomp. He did catch a hammer there. but he was able to get his opponent down so low that it didn't matter. He did the calculations in his mind, and he said, you know what? We could easily win this. This could easily go our way.
Good day.
And that time, it did. Very nice performance there in round 1 by Riz. How is Javito going to adapt is the question. This is sick, man. All right, let's pour out another glass for this, shall we? This could be fight of the night. You never know. What if Javito figures out the game plan here? What if he figures out the strategy? When I dueled against Riz, I kept him guessing as to what I was going to do. Try to make him aggress me at the worst possible times. My strategy was to address him with a bow from the outside to never really chase the Blade Furies and try to encourage him to try to get those hits at close range with the bow, right? Try to encourage him to come in. And that worked for me, but not all paladins rock the bow, which I think is a terrible mistake. Right? Bow is really good. Straight JD, you mean HD? Like hammered in? Yeah, I think I think he can mix it up. I think he has the ability to mix it up. I've seen him bust out a grief before. I've seen him do some really creative things. I think he's interested in mixing it up at some points. We also saw FOH that duel. Yeah, see, there it is again. It might not... Oh, big hits from Javito. He saw him going for that corpse. He caught him PVM in there. It's going to be a new term that we use. He caught him PVMing. And he certainly punished him for it. He's probably 1 ham away, and he's got a lot of work to do here. Oh, nope. He was 2 hams. But Javito got there, man. Holy shit. Now it's 1-1. You see, this I think is a good match. I think Riz's skill on the Ghost Sin is just unmatched by anybody on Ghost, right? And it takes a special kind of Hammerden. It takes a seasoned Hammerden to know what he's up to catch him, and to adapt, right? So that's going to be the big test for Javito here. He technically has class advantage in this matchup. But is he going to be able to catch on? Is he going to be able to take Riz down? It's actually a lot harder than you think on a Hammerden. I've dueled him straight hams before, and even then, he's just so tricky. His timing is just so good. You know, it's going to be a real big test for JavitoPvp if he can take out Riz, the previous DFC champion. Man, I'm feeling a little bit of type away from that zombie head being in the moor and not being identified, man. That could be an LLD piece of gold right there, all right? Could be LLD gold. Dude, hdin has a big advantage in this matchup, dude. Like, it has a big advantage because here's the thing. What does the Ghost want to do? They want to get in close and they want to whirl you. So if you're always spinning hams, the potential punishment there for them is huge, right? And we've seen that Riz can take 4 hams. So just imagine if there's a hammer field going every time he tries to go in and whirl. And he catches a ham. He has 4 opportunities. Imagine, there's a missed opportunity. It doesn't look like concentration was up that time or something. He didn't get hit hard with that ham, but he got hit. Like, so there was a missed opportunity, right? Now, granted, Javito is low right here. But just imagine in all these times that he's connected on Javito, if he caught a ham when he did, a const ham. It's not pretty. It's not good. All the Hammerden has to do is just have constant hams up, dude. And it's really hard for the Ghost to get in there. It's really risky for the Ghost to get in there. You have to pick your angles. You have to mind blast your opponent out of their hammer field. You have to catch them off guard. All the timing, all of the skill really rests on the Ghost, right? Like, you have to be extremely good. Your timing has to be perfect. Otherwise, if the den always has hams, they always have hams up, it's going to be a rough day. Look, even here, Javito is low, and Riz is having trouble picking his angles, trying to get in and finish. And now Javito turning the corner, pushing the aggression a little bit. Now, I was going to say, now he's going to go for a stomp. You see that timing? He saw that Javito stepped out of his hammer field, and that's when he went for the whirl. That's what you got to do. But if he's always got those hams up, it's definitely not in the favor of the Ghost. It might be in the favor of a Trap Sin for sure. And the Mind Blast PK from Riz.
I am overburdened.
I would agree on a Trapper that weapon block is just so bad in that matchup. Like, it's so bad for the hdin. But on the Ghost, not so much. Because the Trapper can damage you from a distance, right? They don't have to come to you. They don't have to close the distance to actually deal damage. The Ghost does. So that's why it's extremely risky. And why Claw Block is not necessarily as OP. I think in this matchup, it's probably the least OP. Because you have to get in and you have to whirl. You have to take the risk. And there's probably always going to be hammers up. If Javito is on point, he's always going to have those hammers up. And there's also a way to bait a Ghost Sin into stomping you and trick them, right? So, like, what Javito did there is he knew that he was on Riz's screen. And he teleported away. Riz saw that as his opportunity to teleport, stomp, whirl down, right? But if in that moment, Javito teleported off his screen and immediately started spinning hammers, well, you know that the opportunity, Riz sees the opportunity is there, and he's likely going to take it. So it's almost a guaranteed attempt at landing a hammer. Like, in my opinion, this matchup is very one-sided for the Paladin. Like, if I was to go up against Riz straight hammered in, I would not feel bad about it. I'd feel pretty confident. Like, not even using any tricks, no smite, no bow. I would feel pretty confident about it. Like, it's not to say that he couldn't win. It's just to say I would feel like he did not have an advantage. Oh, and a nice stomp from Javito. Now, Javito is pretty good, man. He's getting better. He knows what to do. Like, and we've also seen this guy on a variety of different Hammerdins, right? Like, he's mixed things up on the Hammerdin. He throws tricks in the mix, which is not what your typical Hammerdin will do. His angles, his choice as to when to stomp. Look at that. Nice angle cut there from Javito. Would I put him in the ranks of top Hammerdins? No. But this guy ain't nobody to shake a stick at right here. This guy knows what he's doing. Not anybody you would want to underestimate. And it looks like Riz is not doing it. Riz, when he underestimates someone or doesn't take them seriously in this matchup, would be doing a lot more stomping. The stuff that you see him do when he gets Javito low. He almost throws, when he's low, or I'm sorry, when Javito is low and Riz has a high life total, you see him take these unrealistic risks, right? He'll tele stomp in and just whirl down regardless of how many hammers are there. Like, you would probably see Riz doing that a lot more. He is respecting Javito's skill here. Oh, and a nice stomp there again from Javito. And a nice hit from Riz. Escaped any damage from those hams. Does he really? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. But honestly, I would say probably fair. Like, probably fair in this matchup. Once you get those hams going, like, you can kind of stay in one area, right? Like, granted, Riz does have some backup options here. He's got the Blade Fury going, and you see him, he can kind of address you at a little bit of a distance. So it's hard to just kind of sit in your hammer field. But just remember, you can just sit in a hammer field, right? And then, like, what are they going to do? Like, at that point, they have to use Blade Fury. Javito is not doing that, and he gets whirled and mind blasted for the win. GG, it's 3-1, I believe, in favor of Riz right now. Riz really putting on a clinic with this Ghost here. His skills are just insane on this build. Best Ghost of all time, man. Riz versus Coooley's hdin. Dude, I'd be down for it if Riz is down for it, I'm down for it, dude. Straight hdin versus straight Ghost. I'm totally down. I think it's not to say he couldn't win. I just wouldn't feel like he had an advantage. I don't think it would be a one-sided slop fest, but I would not be nervous. Riz says, Riz is down after this. All right, hold up. I'm gonna have to switch accounts here real quick. I'm gonna have to switch accounts and get ready. Because Riz is gonna want this, dude. Riz. Then again, though, Riz is the most creative ever, dude. I fucking tooled this guy on my ES Fireballer. Dude adapted after 3 straight losses. It was 3-0. I thought it was a guaranteed secured victory for me. And then he figured me out, adapted, and won the duel. So that could happen, too. This, like I said, it's not to say that he couldn't win. But it's just to say, I'd feel pretty confident about it. I'll throw hams. That's all we doing. We chucking hams. We'll pop in. We'll pop in. Might mix it up with some weak skills. No arrows, though. No cheese. All right. No Parmesan cheese delivered on the silver platter. We'll keep it clean. All right, and here we go. What could be the last round if Riz wins this. So Javito's back is against the ropes. He's not going to let him have it here. He's going to sit there. He's going to chuck hams. Always have hams up. That's what you got to do. Got to just always present them hams. A nice stomp from Javito, but I think I'm not sure if it was claw blocked or what, or if it was just a straight miss on the ham. That was a good stomp. A good recognition from Javito. Wisely FOHs the oak. And that FOH actually doing some damage. That FOH actually did some damage there. Like, it wasn't anything to shake a stick at, dude. Like, that was probably about 160 damage. Oh, big stomp from Javito. Nice hit. I like how he's cutting his angles here. Gets Riz in a corner. Riz wisely gets out of there. And a nice whirl from Riz. So I think it's very likely that Javito is on a mage, because that FOH is actually hitting pretty good. And I'm just going to assume that Riz's light res isn't subpar. Maybe it is. Maybe he doesn't have full light res. Maybe he's like, oh, I'm going up against the hammered in. I don't really need the light res. And maybe that's why it's punishing him. But that FOH isn't weak. Like, that actually does some damage. But it's also very risky because you kind of have to be close range to cast it. You have to be in the danger zone with Riz, like, for it to actually connect. Unless you're CT casting it with, like, perfect precision, you kind of have to be in the danger zone. Meaning that you're taking time to not cast hammers and you're casting FOH. So, like, it's one of those skills that you could probably finish up with. Or, you know, if you mix in the Smite FOH Telestomp combo, it could be cool. But that's risky against a Ghost or a Whirlwind-based character, really. Very risky, because they could just whirl and then they can't be stunned out of it. Like, it's an unstoppable skill, basically. Blade Fury from Riz. I love this guy's strategy and his approach, man. Like, chucking Blade Furies. Now, that's also very risky on Riz's end, because if he's throwing Blade Fury, the Din actually just has free reign to stomp, just like that. Just like that. When he starts getting creative with that Blade Fury, he gets stuck in the Blade Fury animation for a good number of frames. And that could be just the opportunity that Javito needs to stomp him. And he definitely took advantage of that there. That was very wise of Javito. Very good play there, and he actually scored him some damage. He did have conviction on, but I don't think it was applied to Riz. He had conviction up, but it certainly wasn't applied to Riz because Riz was 2 screens away. Which isn't to say it couldn't be applied, but I didn't ever see it get applied to him before he teleported away. So, like, the FOH hit clean with, like, no conviction behind it. Yeah, for sure. No smite, no arrows. Oh my god, and there it is, the Blade Fury finish. Or Blade Fury. I was gonna mix up Blade Sentinel, Blade Fury, but that was a Blade Fury finish from Riz there. The previous DFC champion showing it. with a 4-1 performance. This guy is just on fire, man.
Good to see.
Terror's about to be unleashed on Sanctuary, boys. About time to get into a game, I would say. About time to get into a hell game on your non-ladder character. Let's just get it real quick. Make sure you're in on it. All right? And then Duke wanted to see this, Riz. I mean, if you're down for it, I hate to beat you up on a... Hate to beat you up on an hdin, but, you know, I mean, if you're down, I'll show Duke what I mean, all right? I'll show Duke the ropes. Oh, what's he say? Exile OP. Yeah, we won't be using no exile. You won't be using any dirty tricks. He says your mage hurts. Oh, there it is, boys. We got a Dclone spawn. All right, let's take care of this real quick. This is just my PVM. It's my PVMs. I'm gonna need my Merc. I'm pretty sure PVM. No, actually, I'm sorry. This is PvP. We're not cut out for PVM. You know what? Actually, we got a character that is cut out, but I made a random game. Never mind. We're just gonna do it with the din. All right. It's not gonna be anything spectacular or fast, okay? But we are a PvP player, so he's gonna be unable to kill us. As a PvP player, there's that you can beat every monster in the game. Every PvP player can easy Trisk, easy Dclone. You know, it's just how it is. It's the nature of being a PvP player. We can sit, sip, click, and hold, right? That's how we PVM. Whiskey bites back a little bit. All right. This is either going to be 2020 or it's going to be trash. That's the world we live in. Let's see what we got. We gotta go to Kane. 2020 or bust. There are no exceptions. Look, I would try to give this away on stream, but I don't want to offend anybody, okay? This is non-ladder. I don't want to offend anybody. You know what? Let's just take care of this right now. Right? Let's just take care of this right now. Charsi said she was looking for something for one of these earlier. She can have it. All right. I don't want to offend anybody. Like, I don't want you to have to publicly identify as the player that needs a 14-12 in. And if you are, I've got a better one for you. So don't worry. All right. I'm going to join up on Riz. Yo, Riz, what game you in, bro? Well, let's pop over to Riz's stream real quick. Yo, Riz, what game you in, bro? I'll come show Duke what's up. Like I said, I mean, I hate to beat on him with a hammer. These guys are killing Dclone too. Look at this. These guys go from mortal enemies to friendly enemies. All right, just kicking each other's ass. Riz taking out Dclone here. This is the first time I've ever seen a Ghost Sin take on Dclone. Javito really just kind of doing his thing with his hammered in, but Riz chucking the Blade Fury at the clone. I mean, look at this. I told you guys, the most creative, odd PvP builds, just PVM champs. And Riz is really showing that off. All right, my game. All right, I'm gonna make Jack 1 password 1, bro. We gotta see that Annie though. Make sure to ID that Annie for us. I'm gonna make this. And we'll cut over. We gotta see how good this Annie is. Let's see if Riz stole our 2020. See if that's what happened. Look at this. He doesn't even care. Like, you've seen Riz's gear. He doesn't even care. He's just gonna ID it. He says take it before he even IDs it.
Yes.
Did he steal our 2020? Dude, wow. I would just Charsi it. Right? Like, honestly, yeah. Yeah. I mean, At this point, I don't even know why they let Annies roll within the range that they do.
At your service.
It's embarrassing, you know? Embarrassing. 2020 or bust, man. That's what it's all about. All right, Riz, I just made, I made Jack 1, password 1. I'm going to get my Ghost Sin set up on. I'm going to make it so I can't get Psychic Hammer PK'd. Or I could just swap out to this. No bow, right? We can't... Duke says don't use the bow, so we won't use that. We'll just ramp up the damage a little bit. I might protect against a little bit of a cheese myself. We'll probably put this on. Yeah, we're good there. We don't necessarily need that. We'll put on the Wisp just in case. I mean, we're looking pretty, man. Sitting here looking pretty. Combat Skiller. What else do we need? That's probably it. I suppose that for the Griff. Now, don't be surprised if Riz just doesn't show up, okay? He knows. He's been here before, right? He's been here before. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, yeah, actually, thank you for pointing that out. I meant to switch those gloves out. Which is good, because it probably helps me with 125 cast. Or does it? No, I have 115. I do need a caster ring. I do need a caster ring. Alright. We'll do this. Jack 1, password 1, Riz. Duke wants to see... like I said, I hate to... You know, I hate to be the guy. I hate to be the guy that just, you know, beats up on Riz. But Duke didn't believe me, and, you know, Riz just knows. Riz just knows. Duke is not convinced that a Hammerden has an advantage on Riz. No cheese, no nothing. He about to 4-2 you? Oh, is that the official prediction? Coooley gonna get 4-2'd? Where's my other spirit? What the fuck? Did I take it away? How am I missing a spirit? I don't even got a full setup on this dude, man. All my shit's gone. All right, hold up. I'll go get a spirit for this guy. Gotta have that spirit. We'll go in on this guy. He probably has a surplus of them. Jack 1, password 1. In search of Mage Fist? Not really. Like, not really. I mean, they probably help in some circumstances, but most of the time, like, I'm probably using poison damage anyway, let's be real. So, in those instances, we probably just go with the Tranks. All right. Coooley has multiple anti-sin setups by now. I think he has one versus Riz. Well, my anti-sin setup versus Riz is not straight hammered in. That's the thing. It's not straight hammered in. On a good day, I would not straight hammered in Riz. Mainly because part of my plan is to try to encourage Riz to come in and hit me. And there's no real way to do that with straight hams, especially with his setup. So it would have to be me just getting down and dirty, right? But we'll see. If he's down for it, he's down for it. If not, I can't blame him. It's be tough. Tough match. He may be Blade Sentinel hybrid. I'd be surprised if Riz played LS hybrid. I mean, yeah, probably. But I just put the Dwarf on because why not? I already, in my opinion, have an advantage in the duel. So, like, if he just lays down traps and tries to stun me out of a hammer field, I'll just absorb it and gain life. That would be my thought behind it. Just discourages him from doing that. Other than that, just go straight hammered in. By the way, I want to put that down on the list for fight of the night. Because that was sick. Riz versus Javito. Mind you, that was, in my opinion, a matchup that Riz does not have the advantage in. And he just pulled it out. Made it look insane. Like I said, boys, don't be surprised if he just doesn't show up, right? Don't be surprised. He's... I mean, look at this. Look at this guy. He ain't no Santiana, but I mean, he's got a 40 Hodo. Okay? He's got a non-perfect COA. He's got a 220 amulet. And a named Enigma, which was the first Enigma I ever rolled, by the way, in D2R. This is the first ever Enigma that I rolled in D2R. 775, 15% superior light plate. It was a good one. It was a good one. But it is a light plate. Could be better, right? $40, $15, $13 Dungos. I mean, perfect up to triangles, gloves. Riz knows. Let's be real, guys, okay? Riz knows. Oh, I have a 451 here. I was wondering what happened to my other one. I was wondering what happened to that. I was like, I thought I had 27 of these hoes. I tried to keep an inventory of these. Every once in a while, keep tabs on that shit. I noticed I was a little short the other day. All right, look, put it this way. Any whirlwind-based character, I don't care if you're a nasty barb or whatnot, that hits harder than a ghost sin, by the way. Join up. We'll just show you what we do. All right? As long as Emilio is allowed to join the fight. All right? Feel free, join up. It's just going to be, it's just Jack 1-1. There ain't nobody that can hold a candle. You bust that bow out, you're going to get punished for it. That's not... I mean, most dins would die to you, but you're talking to the top dins. All right? I don't care. What is it that I lost to ArmondP? Look, that was lag. Okay? Everybody knows that. You can ask anybody. You can ask anybody here. They all know it. That was lag. Lost to sound 2? Dude, more lag. That was definitely lag. Okay? The sound loss was lag. And that's not even an exaggeration. It was the worst lag I've ever seen in my life. Serenity lost to him, Din v Din. Dude, that's because he got cheesy and used a bow. And, like, nobody in their right mind uses a bow on a Din. Okay? Nobody. The Joby was because of Canadian ping. It wasn't necessarily, like, in comparison, I was lagging Din v Din, okay? Look, I beat Marvel once and then went AFK 2 hours. Okay? And that is the type of shit you would expect from top Din. Okay? The end of discussion. I don't care how many other Din v Dins I've lost to, right? None of that really matters, does it? All right, this is straight Trapper. This is straight... No, it might be a hybrid. It might be Whirlwind based. Oh no, he's got whirls. Like, it's only a matter of time, guys. Wag. Look, he was a trapper. If I could have used the bow. Oh my god. Is it happening again? Oh my god, it's going to happen again. We're going to get another Dclone spawn. Apparently everybody got a bad Annie, including the people that popped all the servers. They're just going to do it again. They're going to waste 125 SOJs on another shit Annie. And I say, good for them. Let's go.
Good day.
Also, I just want to point out, BlackMamba blocked 79 out of 79 hammers there. So this is a matchup where I would agree Claw Block is so OP. I had the nastiest stomps. He blocked 79 out of 79 hammers. All right, we got a Dclone spawn. Sec, clone. We gotta teach this guy a lesson. He keeps invading our games. And, we're getting sick of it. Getting sick of it. Keeps invading our games. Oh, we got a lot of players in here. This is gonna take a while, but it's okay. We can AFK. We can AFK hold. Have to refill the e-cig while we clone it up. It's only a matter of time, guys. It's only a matter of time. Look, that was versus a trapper, okay? Ghost in. No shot. No shot. Man, oh man. This guy's going down hard. But look, I mean, there's like 5 players in this game. We better get a players 5 Annie right here. By that, I mean a 20-20-10. Better be a 20-20-10. Look, we only have a little bit of crush and blow, a little bit of open wounds. I think I actually killed this guy faster on my level 14, 17 guy at one point. But look. That's not the point. Point is, Dclone didn't stand a chance. 20-20-10 or bust. It's pretty easy to deck out your character in D2R. All you need is just a little bit of luck. Just like that. See that, Annie? 2 in a row. See the 10% experience roll? That's going to allow me to level to the next level. Yeah. Get to 99. And then I would, if this character was level 99, wouldn't lose any duels. Okay. Yeah, very good, Annie. Yep. Yeah, Charsi was looking for it, I believe. Yep. Good Annie for her. She's really good. She's gonna have it decked out. She's gonna be level 99 before you know it. All right, we just going straight hams? Who wants some on the straight hams? Gross. I mean, you know, everybody brings in the trappers, Zons, but that's okay. That's okay. It's all right. As long as I get one healing potion. Randomly. We're in there. Go evil. We're just on straight hams, you know? We've had some really good stomps, but unfortunately, they've all been blocked. Poison is cheesy. I don't know what kind of player uses that. Poison, like, it's just cheesy.
I can't carry it. I am overburdened.
Who does that? Any players that have used poison damage? Never met anybody. No, it was a poison. Like, I've seen some players, I'm not naming names, but I've seen some players, like, where are my good charms? I've seen some players, like, deck out their characters with 451s, like, and just have them ready in the shared stash, because they're just cheesy players. Like, here are the charms I'm looking at. Okay, I got good poison resist. Dude, Polytheus, fucking poison druid has got to be like one of the coolest things I've ever seen, man. Not gonna lie, that thing is actually pretty solid. Like, mucho respect for putting that together. Like, it was just such a clutch call and so necessary on that build. All right, here we go. When the claw block doesn't go off, the Coooley stomps are on point. But before, it didn't look like I was a good player. It was only because he blocked 79 out of 79 hammers.
Greetings.
Right? But every once in a while, every once a year or so, he won't block a hammer. Just prime.
Yes.
Just prime skill on the din. Lag. What was my ping at? Yeah, see, 63. That ain't no Canadian ping. That ain't no Canadian ping, dude. It's... Yeah. It's lag.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah, with the 451s, Kyle, still looking to get probably, like... I think I have 27 of them. I think I need 10 more. 10 more, and then we'll be semi-satisfied.
Yes?
You can't outlate the Coooley. It's a rule in the DFC. We added it in the rule set. You can check it out on the fight card page. It's linked there. It's just Jack 1, password 1. Just Jack 1, password 1. We all getting these duels in. Hoping to see some more, but you know what? We'll give it a couple of minutes. I see Muchez in the join the stream. He might be looking for his opponent. Give him a couple of minutes, and if not, what we'll do is we'll vote on Fight of the Night, Performance of the Night. I think I ought to get some options going for Performance of the Night. I think there was some really good ones. I think probably Riz, probably Punch belongs in there. That was a pretty savage win. Dude, honestly, his opponent too, Botasaurus, all to be considered. NYCmaxim, no doubt. Fucking Steez. Bro, there's a lot of them. There was a lot of them. GVN was really good. Gosh, there was a lot of good ones. We'll have to think about that. We've got a list at least. We've got a list. Might have to narrow it down a little bit for voting purposes. But we'll give everybody a couple of duels here to get into the Discord, share their screen, let us know they're ready to go. Go, someone. Oh, Dio wants to go? What a cheeser. He's brought his druid in. What a cheeser. Gosh, I had to show him how to do it. Gosh. Brings his druid in against a Hamden. Man. If you lost to this guy, just imagine what would have happened versus ArmondP. Man, oh man. Playing sloppy like that.
Greetings.
Look, everybody forgets that Just because Coooley pulls out the bow, which is not at all cheesy, right? It's high-level gameplay. It's high-level character design. When I bust out the 451s, a lot of people calling him cheesy. I don't know why. It's just high-level character design, right? Under no circumstance is that not just high-level gameplay. But they forget that Cooley's got the hdin skills, bros. Right? The hdin skills. The hdin skills. The power of the bait and switch.
Good day.
The power of patience. If there was anything I learned from ArmondP last week, it was the power of patience. Who won last week? Performance of the night was Dio. Dio won Performance of the night last week because he beat some of the most savage duelers in the game back-to-back. Had a bonus match versus tehPunch on a barb, where a druid's limited at 50 block, dude. So if you get an aggressive, savage barb player like Punch, it's pretty hard. And he also took on GVN, who's on a Zon, a match that he should not win. And he won. So he got Performance of the night last week. Fight of the night, I believe, went to... Well, I'll have to check the JSP records. Get exactly who it went to. But we did send out the JSP awards. Let's see. Last month it was I think it might have been Steezish. Yeah, Fight of the Night versus Javito. Yep. JavitoPvp and Steezish got it. Very, very good duel. Very back and forth. And those guys got 500 forum gold each. All those guys. All right. Speaking of which, I don't see anybody else streaming in the Discord, so this is what we're going to do. We are going to start up a good old poll, okay, for Fight of the Night. Let's start with Fight of the Night. I think it's, gosh, there's so many of them, dude. There's so many of them. God, Hellian did a good job. I think Hellian should be in consideration for Performance tonight. He actually did really good against my Sorceress. But I don't think I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't think I put on Fight of the Night or anything. I think we should give it to the other 4 fights that happened. Let's do it. Let's go. Fight of the Night. Premo versus Steez was really good. Steez is very original sin. A back and forth fight by Premo. Premo picking up the skills, learning mid-duel, like how to address his opponent. It was back and forth, exciting. That was one of my favorite fights, honestly. Then we had tehPunch versus Botasaurus. This was the duel where Evil, who's Botasaurus, chose to Whirlwind Punch and actually beat Punch via Whirlwind in round 1. That shit was insane. Then we have NYCmaxim, the Bow Sin versus the Bozon. Right? Another Trans Sin versus, or Trans Zon versus Real Zon. And he almost got there. There was a couple of rounds. He almost pulled it off, man. And then I would say Riz v. Javito for sure. Definitely should be considered. What do you guys think? What was Fight of the Night We'll put the poll up. This is entirely in you guys' hands. The winner of this will win 500 forum gold each. What do you guys think? Who is Fight of the Night? What do we think so far? Get your votes in. We'll let a critical mass of votes come in while I just continue to tear someone up on the din. Just embarrassing goons tonight. Just embarrassing them, dude. Dio doesn't even dare approach now. He doesn't even dare approach. Can you blame him? It's 2-0 so far. He says, no fucking around. You're dying. All right, here we go. Out of mana. I think I had it otherwise. Like, Dio was he was in a lot of trouble there. He was in a lot of trouble. And I would hate for him to win that with just me being He was in a lot of trouble, though. You could tell. You could tell.
What you need?
It was practically won. Yeah, that was close. It was practically won. All right, boys, let's end this poll for Fight of the Night and get on with the next one. Looks like it's NYCmaxim versus GVN. I would agree. I think that was a very good fight. Look, only 10 votes in that one, though. We're going to need some more. All right, we're going to need some more. Make sure. Cast your vote. Although I would agree with that one. I think that one was really good. Look, I don't want anyone, I want to keep this free of reproach. I don't want anyone to say, look, oh man, nobody was voting. Nobody was voting, that's why they won. All right, for this next poll, let's get it going. All right. Performance of the night. Who was the best performance? Who had the best performance of the night? All right. This one is interesting. There's a few of them. There's a number of them. I think we'll go with Steezish because he was the first person we saw tonight to bust out the bow, to swap back and forth between burst to speed, fade, and just present so many threats on his on that I just really hope we see more of that in the DFC. Like that, he's just everything we want to see on a Sin. The guy's exciting. And then I'll put my opponent Hellian in there on his barb. That was actually very good, very well done. He was the first barb we ever saw in the DFC to not use grief and to win a duel. That's actually pretty impressive. That's probably making history right there. He used Fury and Beast versus my ES Fireballer and won. That was an incredible duel. Incredible setup. Very spicy. That was cool. And he also just played very well on the barb. Then also, gosh, there's so many of them. There's so many. I think we ought to throw... I got to narrow this down to two more. Well, regardless, I mean, whether he cries or not, or whether he's a, methamphetamine drug dealer, none of that really matters. It's really like, how did he perform tonight? That's really all I care about. Like, that's really all that matters here. I think Riz should be in there. That was actually a phenomenal performance. Just, he's so good on the ghost, man. It's just hard to beat him out. I think that he wasn't supposed to win that duel, and he did. Steezish could also, same could be said about him as well. And you know what? tehPunch for coming back in and showing how it's done with a barb that isn't decked out with 3 2020s, isn't decked out with perfect gear. Let's get this started up, man. I say that could easily be performance of the night for many of these guys. These guys were incredible. Incredible at what they did. All right, we'll give that a critical mass of time while... Sorry we didn't get to finish that last duel on this. It was just out of mana. I think Dio was done, though. Man, it was so close. So close to being just straight done. ArmondP is ready? Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, let's do this. Let's do this, Dio. Let's actually pop over. Look, there's still time for consideration for the Coooley pick of Fight of the Night, which is $50 a pop, all right? I already have some really good prospects in mind for this. Really good prospects in mind. But it's possible that Dio and ArmondP blow our minds. If ArmondP wins this, the roof comes off. Dio is a din killer. Dio is an absolute din killer. ArmondP wins this, roof comes off this place. Because that shit ain't supposed to happen. I'm just waiting for one of you guys to share your screen in Discord and we'll pop over to it. And if Dio wins this, he solidifies himself. I think everybody underestimates Dio. Right? I don't know why still. Because this guy's remaining at the top of the charts. He's the only player in the DFC to be so highly ranked for so long without obtaining a title. This guy has been practically at the #1 spot longer than anybody that's ever been in the DFC. #1 spot for longer than anybody. But has yet to obtain a title. With a win against ArmondP here, I think he could certainly get himself another shot. Which, you know, Vamp the Champ might come back and be like, oh man, I just went up against Dio. Too bad. Dio has proven himself, if he wins this, he will have proven himself as just the top player in the DFC. Nobody can beat him. He's beaten Punch, a returning DFC champion. He beat GVN, a duel he shouldn't have won. If he beats ArmondP tonight, the top up and rising din of the DFC, the most promising prospect that a lot of people are saying could be the next big thing. He beat Hellian. Who's taking this guy down? Who's it going to be? I think we just see a back-to-back rematch, man. And this time, I think Dio's mind's going to be in it, man. I think he was, he had a lot going on last time. And by the way, thinking of you, bro. Thoughts go out your way. Positive vibes. Sending them your way. But this time, I think Dio is going to be in a different spot. I see him. He made a few mistakes versus me there. But now he's got the rust out of his system. I don't think he's going to make the same ones versus ArmondP. And he certainly won't make the same ones again against the reigning defending DFC champion, Vamp the Champ himself. Vote for Punch of Legend, OG Legend Punch. All right, boys, we'll give this another couple minutes. As soon as we start the other one, we will declare the winner. As soon as these guys fire it up. As soon as they fire it up, we're just waiting on somebody. Be it ArmondP, be it Dio. Share your screen with us, man. Let us see the action of people that are allegedly ready to go. Allegedly. Let's fucking go. Get your votes in. All right. I see it, boys. Oh my God. In the final stretch, Punch takes it. Dude, I would say that was actually pretty good. He actually did really good. I would have been okay with any of these guys winning, honestly. Hellian did a great job. Punch did a great job. Riz, insane. Steezish is just always the most entertaining person for me to watch, I think. Like, I love that Sin. Love what he's doing with it. But the tehPunch fan base pulling through. Getting him performance of the night for a solid 500 form gold. I think well-deserved, too. He pulled that out. He's coming back, showing how to do it on a barb that isn't completely decked out. That isn't, like, perfect gear. He's just surviving and killing on straight skill, dude. His opponent last week, coming off the bench, was fucking Dio. Let's be real, man. That is a tough fight. Like, that's tough for anybody. But, dude, he was good. Took it like a champ and came back in this week showing what's up. tehPunch with the performance of the night. 500 form gold win. Big cheers to you guys. Big cheers to Punch. Big cheers to Max and GVN for performance of the night. I would completely agree. I agree with you guys' picks. I think those were great. But I'm going to reserve my opinion on the Coooley pick for fight of the night. All right? But I have one in mind that was not picked tonight that I think was the most exciting fight. It got my blood flowing. It got my heart pumping. I didn't even know which player I wanted to win in that. It was a surprising finish, a surprising win. It was back and forth. It was good. It was really good. But I'm going to reserve that opinion until after we see Mr. Dio versus Mr. ArmondP. Who's going to win? This one could be fight of the night. Coooley pick fight of the night. Get your bets in now, guys. What do you think? Who's going to take it? Will it be the number one or will it be the ArmondP? In this literal corner, we have Diowind, the most legendary, notorious druid, the most dominant, reigning, defending, #1 contention spot defender of all DFC history. If you want to get a title shot, you have got to take this guy down. ArmondP, undefeated in the DFC. Nobody can take this guy down, but can Dio finally do it? We're going to find out here tonight in the most epic match between these two combatants. Let's fucking go, guys. I'm not even messing around anymore. This one is getting me amped up. I think we really ought to play the epic track for this one, because this is where it could all go down. This is where premature champions are going to be decided right here. This is a fight to decide who will take on Vamp the Champ on his triumphant return next week. Is it going to be Dio, the guy that nobody can get past on this DFC ladder, or is it going to be the undefeated Din? No one's done this since the days that Joby came back and just slaughtered everybody. No one's done it on a Din. Certainly no one's ever done it on a Hammer Din. Completely undefeated. Look at this. Back and forth between these two already. This is a nail biter, guys. An absolute nail biter. Dio looking for his angle. ArmondP being patient. Being very patient. Putting up these invisible hammer fields right here that he's hoping he can get Dio to run into. And he has taken a little bit of damage. Dio's strategy here is paying off. Both players need to be patient. This is a duel of patience. It could be over so quickly for either player. And it's just one of those duels. It's just one of those duels where it's very hard for the Hammerdin to push the pressure in this, because you rarely ever want to stomp a druid, right? You want to bait them in. If you stomp a druid, you're going to lose that. They have so many pets to eat your hammers, and all the while you're just going to be eating nados. So this is going to put the pressure on Dio to find the angle, to be patient, to trap his opponent with nados. Look at this. Dio is even approaching with caution here. Not getting in as close as he was versus the top Din, Coooley. He might be having a little bit of respect for ArmondP's style here, and ArmondP's straight savagery and his performance so far in the DFC. He has landed a couple of nados. ArmondP making him chase him. Now, there are a few opportunities where ArmondP could stomp, but he's going to have to ensure that one of two things has happened, right? That all of Dio's pets are basically blown up, or Dio has teleported close and stayed in one spot long enough for his pets to wander away from him. Those are the only two real instances where a Hammerdin will have the advantage to stomp, and a surprise stomp there from Dio. Dio really mixing it up. Keeping his opponent guessing. ArmondP gonna make it tough for him. But Dio is a patient player. He's very patient. A nice hammer field there. Potential hurricane hit there. I don't think that was a nado. You might have heard a little bit from the Din. A little bit of reaction from the Din there. I think that was a hurricane hit. Dio looking for a name lock to stomp when ArmondP teleports away. I think Dio is dialing in on ArmondP's strategy, and he's going to be looking for that name lock, and he's going to be waiting for him to teleport away. And when he does, that's when he's going to catch a surprise stomp. Wouldn't be surprised if ArmondP responds by multiple teles away. We're going to see. Dio loses his Oak. He might be also losing Bow here. He's going to have to re-up on that. He's at least lost his battle command. So those nados are going to be hitting a little weaker. He still missed on the battle command. Still missed on it. Still missed. Dio There we go. He's got the battle. He's got it. Dio sleeping at the wheel here. It's all right. I think while his battle orders casting and battle command casting skills are a little lagging here today, I don't think his ability to pick his angles is. I think he's taking his time. He's figuring out his opponent here. Yeah, and by the way, I'm a level 10 paladin. Yes, they can use 5 wolves. They always have been able to use 5 wolves in the DFC with one exception, and that is versus a necro. In our experience, the druid matchup versus the necro was so unbalanced that we just kind of wanted to balance it out a little bit more and limit the amount of pets that a druid could have. So in that specific matchup, just as sort of a gentleman's rule, you can use bear or dire wolves, which limits you to 3 essentially, but spirit wolf is banned in NVD. That's about it. Usually it's a gentleman's game of the bear, but I certainly wouldn't turn it into one. I would go with full dire wolves. Oh my god, big hits from both players, and ArmondP pushing the pressure, trying to prevent Dio from recasting Oak and all of his pets, and he almost punished him for it. Dio did not expect that. The question is, how much damage did Dio get in that exchange? Did he get in enough where he could potentially stomp? It's hard to tell. Nice nados there, and ArmondP wisely teleports away. He did. He got a lot of damage in. Ooh, surprise hammerfield there. Dio loses all of his pets. ArmondP pushes the pressure. Look at that. I mean, that's just what ArmondP should do. Oh, look at. I guess he didn't get a lot of good hits on that exchange. I was just checking out ArmondP's life total, and it is not as low as I thought it was. At first glance, I thought it was low. Was it lower, or are my eyes playing tricks on me? I can't imagine he healed. Not the kind of player ArmondP is. ArmondP will drown these duels out, but he will technically beat you GM. Technically. Right? Dio's battle orders is out. Very dangerous spot to be in. Yeah, it's an interesting duel. Like, the hammer can't really push the pressure on a druid versus a druid on a hammerdin. Like, you kind of have to be opportunistic, which is, you know, those are the moments we're waiting for. And ArmondP has taken advantage of them as much as he could. And those moments are when your opponent loses all their pets. And look at this. I also just saw a very sneaky swap. Not sure if you guys caught that. ArmondP just had a very sneaky swap to smite there. Oh, nice hit from Dio. And especially in this first round, these guys are just going to be taking the time to figure out the other player's playstyle. Like, this is a duel of patience right here. It's not like it's one of those where you have to understand how your opponent plays, their patterns. You have to understand a lot of stuff about them. And that takes a little bit of time to learn. So usually it's like in the first round of like a UFC fight or whatnot, back when in the days of like Anderson Silva, right? Where he would take the time, he would kind of throw some leg kicks, he would just stay on the outside, he would see how his opponent reacted to what he was doing. That's basically what both of these guys are doing. Like, they're seeing how the other person reacts to what they're doing. This is the feel-out process in round 1. They got to know how to approach in the future rounds. Nice hit again from Dio. Dio might be figuring it out, even at low life. And he hits that hammer field. Has to recast those wolves. And ArmondP is going to be waiting for his opportunity when he blows up those pets, and we've seen him do it before. He pushes the pressure and tries to finish Dio before he can recast. But the thing is, now Dio knows that he has the propensity to do that. I think for this round right here, when we run out of mana, we run out of mana. And we'll see how it goes from there. There might be some pools. Oh, nice stomp! Amazing stomp from ArmondP, but he got punished for it. Nice hammer field from ArmondP. You also got to remember, there's a lot on the line with this duel. There's a lot. You are going to see two of the highest level players in the game right now going at it. This is a big dickin' contest right here. Who's going to go on for the title match? Nice stomp from Dio. And he's still looking for that name lock, looking to surprise his opponent. Now, theoretically, it is possible for a druid to beat a Hammerden without using teleport. I didn't believe this until Maddie showed it to me. Nice stomp from Dio. Again, with a sneaky name lock. And another stomp. He's keeping that pressure on, dude. He's losing some pets, though. Doing a great job at keeping them up. Gets a little close to the danger zone there, but those pets are protecting him. Incredible stomp yet again. Another good stomp. Back to back. Dio is keeping that pressure on. Oh my god, and a surprise win from ArmondP with that smite, dude. Smite. I'm not sure if he actually connected and smited him into the hammer field there, but goddamn, he was ready. I told you, he was looking for that sneaky smite. Yeah, this is still round one. But look, I mean, this is the last duel that we got so far tonight, unless anybody else pops in with their match. So, you know, this is a duel of patience. And I know a lot of people, some people, look for duels to end very quickly, not realizing the sort of intricate details that go into rounds like this, right? It might have looked, some people, oh, it was called lates and blah, blah, blah. You're not understanding what goes on in this duel. Like, this is, I will agree, it's typically a longer duel, right? But both of these players are making a lot of decisions here. Namely Dio. I think a lot of pressure is on Dio to finish the duel, right? And ArmondP is looking to trap Dio. He's looking to set up these hammer fields. He's looking to bait him in. And every once in a while, when the opportunity presents itself, that's when he can aggress. But he can't aggress a druid with full pets, right? He's got to pick his shots. So this whole first round right there was basically a feel-out process. It was these guys trying to figure out what's the best angle, what's the best way to go about approaching this duel, how does my opponent play? And it was a very big feel-out round there. If I had to guess, I would guess rounds 1 and the final round will be the longest rounds, if I had to guess. Well, I mean, also last week, Thelron, sure, he might have been playing a little bit from a distance. But honestly, as the player he was playing against, it feels bad because you kind of want him to push the pressure. But, like, we were both Hammerden's. You know what I mean? So it was one of those things where he kind of made the right call in that duel, too. You know, it was... Hammerdens are a weird bunch. They're definitely a weird bunch. You also have to figure, Paladins in general are very disadvantaged. That was a very nice look there from Dio. Okay, I told you this was going to happen. He's starting to figure out his opponent. He's starting to figure out his patterns. And you notice right there, he was very patient and held that name lock. He held the name lock, waiting for ArmondP to teleport away. He knew it was going to happen. The question was when. And when he did, he was ready with that stomp, dude. This is quite the fight. Dio has now figured out his opponent. And also, Dio is one of those players that's how he rolls. You might beat him the first couple of rounds. You might get the best of him. You might confuse him with your strategy. But that's not going to last for long. He's going to figure you out. Who did he duel before me, Thelron? Who was the duel from the week before? I don't even remember. I'll remember when you say it, though. Did we see it on stream? Oh, it was me again? On Santiana? I beat him, though. Didn't I beat him on Santiana? Did I? Hold on, I'm looking at this. Maybe he's not undefeated. Maybe I beat him on Santiana. I thought I did. Hold up. We're going to check this out. ArmondP stats. Yeah, you're right. By the way, good memory, dude. And yes, I did beat him on Santiana. So he's not completely undefeated. He lost to Santiana. I only lost Din v Din. Bro, this guy. Like, look at this. I'll show you the records here real quick. Show you what we're looking at. Let's get this up. Mid-round swap. Boom. You hear the action going on in the background, but this is the win-loss record of ArmondP. He's currently 7-1. He's beaten 2 Murder-Dins, a Vita Blizz, a Hybrid Amazon, a Windy, and Hellian. He's beat Hellian before. He beat Nightfall, the ES Fireballer. Beat Brand L, the ES Fireballer. The only ES Fireballer he lost to was Santiana, the Fast Clipper ship. And that is to be expected. That is the best ES Fireballer currently and statistically in the DFC. That's to be expected. But that is his only loss. So I guess he is not quite undefeated. He did lose to Santiana. Gosh, how could I forget that? But even in that duel, I don't think it was Lates at all. Like, if anything, I was probably Lates, right? Just waiting for him to come in and try to stomp. Like, that's just my whole style. I hate to throw it out there, air it out like some dirty laundry, but to anyone that thought Coooley was an aggro player, you might have been watching a different stream than everyone else. I usually wait on my opponent to make the wrong move. Very patient hdin player. ArmondP also the same way. All right, this is what we should do, though. I think we ought to cut this map to some degree. Just so that we're not guessing. Nice stomp from Dio. Oh, my God, in a hammer field. He just didn't get out of there in time. I could see it coming, too. As soon as I saw his pets going, as soon as he teleported on there, I saw his oak go. I was like, he needs to teleport away. And he started recasting his pets, and I was like, this could be the beginning of the end. I don't think he notices there's an invisible hammer field there. Coming from somebody who's cast a lot of invisible hammer fields, I know when a druid should get out of there. All right? I think Dio has it in him. Dio knows how to get out of my invisible hammer fields. I think he just had a mental misstep there. All right? Mental misstep. Here's what I'll do, though. I'm actually going to pop in. Just in case we need to cut anything. Alright? Just in case we need to do anything. I can't crack the pass. But that's alright. Pro hacker. Just absolute pro hacker. All right, I'm just going to be in the game with my character in case we need to make any calls real time so that these guys hear us.
I can't carry you.
I think we get another fight. Dude, I would bounce back and forth between two for sure. But it looks like we've got this one right here. No one else has showed up. And honestly, I think this is an exciting fight. Like, sorry it takes too long for you, Thelron. And by sorry, I mean not at all. Bro, every time Dio comes in, and look at this, he's always coming in, he's always pushing it, like, dude, Dio is the Din killer. But you also see, every time he comes in, you see ArmondP doing these sneaky smites. Look at this. He's, like, ready for it. Nobody's Latesin at all. This is just the nature of this sort of matchup right here. It's very tough for the Din, for sure. Actually pretty insane. By the way, I see you, Slim Dizzy. I see you, bro. I'm waiting for it. You know us on the spaceship. You know us on the spaceship, bro. 3-0!
Fireballer is actually second to Slim's Fireballer. Snow Bunny, tongue out.
Look, and it was so perfect. There was no action going on in the fight for the text-to-speech there. So everybody could hear what you're saying, Slim Dizzy. But look, if you ever want to show up in the moor, right, we can settle this one. Mano y mano. All right, Santiana, the fast clipper ship, doesn't bow down to anybody. In fact, she's even hired some help because she gets a lot of challenges from other sorceresses that just want a piece of Santiana. So she's got an angel on her shoulder that's ready to take on these other SVS challenges because it's a different match. You know, they all see Santiana, the fast clipper ship, the ES fireballer, the best top ES fireballer of all DFC history. Well on her way probably to get a title shot soon, you know, after a few more wins or something. It's probably just around the corner. Everybody wants a piece. Bro, big cheers. Thanks for that 10 spot. Slim Dizzy, holy shit, man. Really appreciate it. Big cheers, brother. Shut over to the spaceship. Give a special toast. If y'all are sipping on anything tonight, don't worry about the chat right here. Look, we had a false start. It's just wrong. Right? It's just wrong. Don't believe it. But I want to give special cheers to Slim Dizzy. Bro, thank you so much. Really appreciate you, brother. $10. We're putting that right in the spaceship fuel tank. JLK sipping one back to you, too. Look, hell of a guy. Without support like that, guys, the spaceship can't fly. We run out of fuel real quick. And how are we going to outrun the feds in that thing with no fuel? Can't happen. But thanks to Slim Dizzy, we won't keep it around for a while. Oh, big hits from ArmondP. Dio is having trouble figuring out ArmondP's patterns. And ArmondP he's saying, hey, look, the fight is right here. I'm ready for you to come in. And this guy is just on point. Like, he's on point with these hams. He's figuring out his opponent as well. Oh, and Dio might have landed a NATO against him right there. He took a few steps to try to get a smite in there. I think he was a little too ready for a smite. And he might have got clipped by a NATO a little bit. But Dio's going to be looking. He's going to be searching for that perfect opportunity. Now his back is against the ropes. Oh, Muchez and Tempest starting up? Oh, man. All right, sweet. This one might actually, this one could actually end very soon. Don't listen to Thelron. This is actually not even a long duel so far. This is not even a long duel. Like, this one might actually almost be over. It's technically one win from being over. Oh, and look at this. ArmondP pushing the pressure, seeing that Dio has lost his pets. Pushes that pressure in, and Dio's still looking for that angle. Bro, we'll pop into that for sure. And he pushes it again. Looking to finish, looking to clinch this up, man. I gotta say, I'm actually, a lot of people shit on ArmondP, call him late. I'm actually pretty impressed by his Hammerdin skills. But he's actually a good Hammerdin. He's one of those classic Hammerdins that you would see, like, in the days of LOD, right? Back, you remember when desync was the thing. This is a top-tier, straight Hammerdin that doesn't have desync at his disposal, right? And sometimes, in these matchups, this is your strategy. You gotta wait for the druid to come in, and you gotta look for your opportunity. And ArmondP is doing a great job at that so far. This is insane. I'm actually surprised that this is 3-0. It's actually very surprising to me. Oh, and ArmondP going in for a sneaky stomp there. He seems to still be catching Dio off guard. Dio is the king of the defensive NATO. As soon as he smells that you're trying to chase him because his pets are out, he usually keeps these defensive NATOs up to really punish you for doing so. He's really good at it. It's a dangerous game to play with a Hammerdin, that's for sure. But he is the king of it, dude. And ArmondP is really, really trying hard to punish him for it. Really, as soon as he comes in and he doesn't land any damage or doesn't land significant damage with these NATOs, ArmondP blows up his pets and he's right on top of him. Yeah, I think so too. That's one way to put it. King of defensive NATO for sure. Like, and believe it or not, that's a skill. I mean, you have to know when your opponent. You have to. It requires you knowing your opponent, knowing their game plan, their strategies, when they're going to stomp. Like, there's kind of a lot involved in it, and also weighing the odds too, right? Because at that point, you definitely have less pets. You have less pets. You're certainly vulnerable. Oh, and a nice smite there. Oh, are you seeing this? That is a smite FOH combo that ArmondP is pulling off here. I'm telling you, you guys are underestimating this dude. From someone that's gone up against him, Din v Din, y'all are underestimating ArmondP. That was a smite FOH stomp combo this guy just tried to pull off. Like, and that's hard to do versus a druid. Hard to do and very risky. Especially on the hdin. Dio taking his time, being patient, figuring out his patterns. Dude, NATO is... What I love about NATO is that it's so one-dimensional, right? It's tele and NATO. And then keep up your defensive skills. You know, obviously, that's probably the most complicated part. Keep up your hurricane, keep up your oak, keep up your pets, right? That's like probably the thing that involves the most key swapping, right? Other than that, your offense is tele NATO. That's it. So all of the other things that are coming along with this, all of the other wins that Dio gets in the DFC come from his straight skill on a druid. And a lot of times it's gauging your distance, knowing your opponent, waiting for them to make a mistake, knowing your timing. Speaking of timing, a very nice stomp there. I'm actually surprised that didn't finish ArmondP. Dio keeping those wolves up. Very nice stomp. Waiting for 2 teleports there from ArmondP. That was smart. You notice him hold the name lock there until ArmondP teleported twice, recognizing that his opponent has the propensity to teleport away. And as soon as he teleports away, he knows he's weak. So he teleports multiple times to try to stay out of the range of Dio. Dio being very patient, waiting for him to teleport away multiple times, then stomping, making his opponent think that he might not have the name lock. Yeah, trying to catch him off guard. Didn't work for him there. But I see what he's doing. Does he know that his bow is out? He does, or ArmondP or Dio. Yeah, I think Dio's watching it now. Dio going in with full pets. He's got to do it. You practically always have to keep those pets up. When those pets are down, you're very vulnerable to a Hammerdin. Nice NATO and a nice up smite there from ArmondP, and a nice NATO from Dio!
Yes?
3-1, boys. Is this going to be the comeback of the century? Dio the Din killer. Wow. Impressive comeback there. That was nuts. I saw it with the stomp. I saw as soon as he threw the NATO, I was like, there's no way he doesn't fall to that. There's no way. Like, he's going down to that, man. Like, perfect positioning. Dio actually teleported into his blind spot there too, which was there's like a, if you can imagine a clock on a din, right, spinning hammers, just standing in one spot spinning hammers. Imagine a clock, and then imagine at about 4:30 on the clock, right, 4:30 to probably 8:30 on that clock is a blind spot, right? And if you teleport within there, you can land a NATO. Dio was probably right on the edge of 8:30. 8:30, 9 o'clock on that clock right there. Questionable if he was actually in the blind spot, but he was at least very close to it. Didn't get hit with any hammers. I didn't see him lose many pets. So I would assume he was probably in a blind spot with that stomp. But it's a very large blind spot. Way bigger than you would think. And Dio just nailed it there. Yo, it's Vic. Big fan here. By the way, what's up, Vic? Also, big fan, brother. How you doing? Big cheers. By the way, just want to let you guys know, the top din paladin helm that the character named Coooley always rocks came straight from that dude. Dude hooked me up early on in D2R. Big cheers for that. Vic's always got the hookup. When does Muchez duel? Elron, who hurt you in this duel? Who hurt you in this druid v din duel? What sort of electronic traumas have you suffered in this duel? This is a duel of patience, and I'm telling you, Dio is picking up on it. You know what I love seeing about Dio's strategy here, though, is he is no longer stomping without full pets. Like, there was a couple of times in the beginning, he would lose a few pets, and he has a tendency to chase his opponent when that happens. Like, he'll lose a couple, and he'll think his opponent is sort of off their footing or whatnot, and he'll chase him. And that has not necessarily panned out well for Dio in the past, in some previous duels here. Now he's going in full pets always. Looks like he might have connected with the NATO there. It's hard to tell. It happens very fast paced in these exchanges. It's possible he connected with a NATO. He did. Nice NATO placement there from Dio, and he escapes unscathed. Oh, and another nice NATO placement. An attempted FOH combo. Some aggression from ArmondP. Dio turning the tables here, man. Escapes that rather unscathed, and ArmondP is in trouble. Dio has come online, boys. Dio has come online.
I can't carry it.
Yo, it's Vic, aka ArmondP. LOL. What is, ever since the days of Vamp, which this will go down in history as one of the funniest accusations I've ever heard in my life. I love it. I think it's nothing against Vamp. I think his heart was in the right place. Like, I think there was a lot going on, a lot of drama with Toshank at the time, but I still think that was one of the funniest accusations ever. He thought Toshank was ArmondP, and now there's an imposter accusation every fucking DFC. And I gotta say, it's hilarious. We all know where it originated. Vamp is the champ, dude. He really is. That guy is one of the most competitive, one of the most skilled Diablo 2 players in all of D2 history. But, dude, he's got that competitor mindset, man. Like, if he is so competitive. If he notices a difference in your playstyle, like, he will literally ask questions. He'll be like, dude, I've dueled this guy before. He doesn't stomp like that. Who is this dude? What's he doing? You know what I mean? That's just the type of dude he is. Super competitive and very observant. Like, and you gotta realize that about Vamp the Champ, dude. Like, that's the type of dude. You change your game plan, you change your playstyle, he'll notice it. the funny thing is he'll also be able to adapt to it. But he noticed. And I remember Hellian must have like, or not, it wasn't Hellian, it was, or was it? Who was it? I forget, it was somebody. And he was just playing on point. And he's like, yo, dude, this guy is leveled up. I think this is Toshake. No, it wasn't Hellian. It was, who was it? Either way, it was the person that Vamp the Champion thought was Toshake. It was, does anyone remember? Gosh, it was a druid player. Yeah, either way. It was just hilarious. It was hilarious. It just goes down in history. It was one of my favorite moments. Dio being patient, waiting for the opportunity. All right, I'm going to actually pull for these guys. Looks like they might be running a little low on mana. It's a pretty high-profile one here. I would hate for him to run out of mana here. I'm going to pull for him on my dude. Putting some mana by the bridge. Spreading it out a little bit. Case of Hammerfields. Case of NATO Garden. Oh, and he gets there, bros! Dio gets there. This is what I mean with that patience, guys. Dio could be making a big comeback here. Oh my god, dude. Bro, Slim Dizzy, I see you, bro. I see you. Look, my dude. Let's cut over to the spaceship for this. For whenever this comes in. Look, I told you, don't worry about the chat, okay? I don't know what happened. False start. False start. It's really putting a damper on my day.
I'm digging the goblet you're sipping out of.
Bro, big cheers to you. Thank you, Slim Dizzy, for that 5 spot, brother. You want to know the story behind this goblet? Blizzard sent me this as part of the D4 promotional package. I think they expected me to be more initially happy about D4 than I was. But they sent it my way. And this is the coolest thing I've ever received in my life for a gift sent from Blizzard. They also sent me a lot of other stuff. They sent me a chocolate demon head that I don't want to eat it. I'm just going to hold on to it until like it's all moldy and shit. And then I'll probably still hold on to it. But this was in there. Dude, big cheers, man. Thank you so much for that 5 spot, brother. Cheers. Slim Dizzy. Hell of a guy. Yeah, man, I was impressed. And now, like, I was looking for drinking glasses earlier before I got on stream. And then I remembered I had the chalice, so I, like, went and found it. I was like, dude, why aren't we drinking from the chalice on stream? This thing is the coolest thing ever. Yeah, like, I literally went out of my way, went to Goodwill once to try to find a chalice so that I could deck it out to make it look like this. And finally, Blizzard sent me one. I don't know why. I don't know why they ever was like, Coooley, you're cool enough to be on the Diablo partner program. But I'm glad they did. Mainly because of this chalice. It's the coolest thing. Yeah, it was nuts. No, it's actually, it looks aluminum, it looks metal, but it's actually titanium steel. Titanium steel. Yep, impenetrable. Yeah, fucking heavy. You notice muscles flexing when I lift it. Yeah. They spent a lot on it. Yep. Big. Bros, there's a lot of pressure on the line. Oh my god, a big stomp from Dio. Dude, ArmondP might be in trouble here. It's hard to see. I think Dio was doing a life check there. I think Dio was doing a life check. Yeah, and he's got him at about 75%. So he did land a NATO there. I'm surprised he didn't land more. That was savage. That was such a good hit. Good timing, good placement. This dude is on point today, man. Wow. a back and forth duel between these guys. I told you, man, it's probably gonna be the first round and likely the last. Like, if Dio wins this one and it goes 3-3, I think the final round will be very long as well. But the rest of these have been pretty typical, pretty standard, what you would expect for Wind Druid versus Hammerden. Like, the first round was a feel-out process. I knew it would be. Dio was feeling out his opponent, and so was ArmondP. And he hits him with another NATO. Dio lands again. Now ArmondP at about 60% health. Dio unscathed. Some more nice NATOs. And you know what Dio is doing here, if you notice this? He's now teleporting below, immediately looking for this blind spot. Oh my God! And an aggressive finish from ArmondP! Dio goes in for the finish and gets punished for it. Unbelievable. Dio says, caught me good. Oh, man. He was making such a comeback there, too. Oh, my God, dude. That shit was crazy. I thought Dio had that round, man. But that's what I mean. Those are the opportunities. Those are the times that ArmondP is going to go in. He's going to push that pressure. Just like what he did right there. That is incredible. That's a big win for ArmondP. That is huge, my dudes. Wow. I gotta say, that was nuts. You know, I was prepared to end after that duel, but you know what? Luckily, we have another fight going on. You might hear it in the background here. It's happening. Let's go check it out. Wow. What an incredible fight, man. That was nuts. I cannot believe ArmondP won that. And now we've got Muchez on his decked out Amazon taking on Tempest, and he won that round. This is the night of upsets, boys. This is the night of upsets. Granted, that being said, this is a very, very tough matchup for the Sin. For Tempest. It's very tough. But as you remember, the epic quote from Mr. Muchez last week was this. He says, "I'm not very good. I just have a lot of money." This guy and his Zon is completely decked out. I'm talking like matching 32020s. Like decked out with every piece of gear, dude. This guy is next level. Like, think of like the World of Warcraft player with the Epine and Pride, right? Like, and how that character looked. That's basically what Muchez's character looks like. He's one of those dudes that's got a 30 Maras for a bow, for a cube bow. Let that speak for itself. All right, he's got a 30 Maras for a cube bow, pentagram graphic. All right. Yeah, that'll just say everything you need to know. Oh, easy. Easy sound. Was dueling Muchez the other day in a pub. Had some fun duels versus him. Dude, I like Muchez, man. I love his Zon. I think Zon players are very underrated. I think Zon is underrated right now. And I'm so happy to see more Zons playing today. More Zons playing, more Barbs playing. Like, very happy to see it. Especially someone like Muchez. When you see a Zon, you gotta see a very pretty Zon, man. You gotta see a very decked out one like this. That always makes a big difference. Nice hits there from Tempest. Think Tempest is gonna have a hard time? I don't know, dude. Ever since it looks like he's switched to a chaos setup here, and this is really paying off. He's actually connecting on Muchez. The thing is, Muchez is gonna go tele bowa on him. Which is kind of good. You know, it says that he's not comfortable staying in close with Tempest, which, you know, you shouldn't be, right? Like, this is the backup plan right here. You want to keep the distance. You want to be the tele bowa, shoot some arrows, shoot that multi-shot at a Sin. It puts the pressure on Tempest to catch him, and it is very hard. But Tempest is very good at getting name locks just like that. Cuts him open. And now Tempest is looking real good. He's got him 1. He's got him Bay PK, baby. Like, he's got him down low. And Tempest is looking good. Tempest has still got, I would say, probably 80% life here. He's got him Bay PK right now at about 3 life. Oh, yeah, he's definitely spider style. Like, Tempest is naturally a trapper. That's what you see him do on most setups. Like, against most players, he's a trapper. But I was going to say, I think he got it. I'm not sure if he got him or if Bay got him, but he was certainly Bay PK, Mind Blast PK there. And it looks like it's 1-1. Looks like it might be 1-1 right now. Holy hell, wrecked him both sides. That's exactly what he's looking to do. He's looking to catch him as... What Tempest is doing by presenting the threat of chaos, he's certainly a spider sin with that setup. That is predominantly a trapper that has a chaos to basically cut your opponent open. That's you're not doing like Riz style whirlwind damage. You know what I mean? That's not what you're doing with your whirlwind. You're basically annoying your opponent and cutting them open. You can do some damage. Like it's not, the damage isn't insignificant. But especially when it looks like, wow, this is an interesting choice. I'm noticing that Muchez has chosen to use Death's Set. He's using Death's Gloves and Death's Belt for the Cannot Be Frozen. IAS, increased attack speed. It also has reduced, poison length reduced on that set. So he's trying to negate the Venom. He's trying to have Cannot Be Frozen, trying to increase his attack speed. But in doing so, he's given up a little bit of DR. In this, I actually agree with that, though, like not really focusing too much on DR in this setup, because the whirlwind damage technically doesn't hurt too much. But if he catches you both sides with that setup, it's going to hurt quite a bit, because he basically has the 8% DR from Enigma at that point, and that's it. So it's not insignificant. This is a very good duel. Very, very good setups here. He might have full DR with Storm Shield anyways. Very true. Very true. If he's on Storm Shield side, he might have full DR. In my opinion, though, I think if you're going up against a Spider Sin, DR is overrated. But then again, if you're a Zon, a lot of times you set your Zon up with SS in mind. There's really no other shield to swap to in most cases. That's just the go-to shield on the Jav side. So while it may look like he's over-preparing for the DR, he just naturally has it on shield side. They all prepare for it with SS. That's kind of how they build their Zon. Nice hits here early on from Muchez. Tempest looking to get in. Looking to get those whirls. He's got the swirls above his head. A little bit of a lazy whirlwind there from Tempest. Doesn't quite get it in good. A little bit late on the timing there, and he definitely pays for it. Muchez punishes him for such a late whirlwind. And he just keeps the jabs on him, dude. He's happy to stay in close range like that. Now, this is the difference. That is a good call on his part. You don't overreact in that close range. He did a phenomenal job at that, and now it is 2-1 in favor of the decked out Zon that is Muchez. He says he's not really that good, but goddamn, dude, he's got some good swaps. Like, knowing when to switch between bow and when to switch to jabs, knowing when to stand your ground, when to not, those are all important calls to make. Yeah, look at this. 15-15 on the 3 open socket, 20 cast helm here. Just flashing off these charms here a little bit. He is preparing for the poison damage, which is also something that a Spider Sin might do. They're going to cut you open. They're going to poison you with Venom. So it looks like he's preparing for it a little bit. Maybe over-preparing. Yep, and he's switching these out. Yeah, I actually like this call. He's switching these out, as it's really not something that's too important on a... on this setup, I don't think. Sure, you could get hit with Venom, but when you're going up against someone who's predominantly trap-based, it's really not going to be that much. As long as you have 75 poison res, it should be good enough. Dude, that's a full ghost? He went full ghost? You're shitting me. Tempest on full ghost? Because Tempest Trapper has a different name? Holy shit. Bro, I didn't even notice that. Okay. Well, I guess that makes sense as to why his whirlwinds actually kind of hurt there. Like, I was looking at his whirlwind damage, and I was like, shit, that kind of hurt for a spider. Dude, I'm so used to seeing Tempest. Yeah, you're right. Because his, what is his trapper's name? Tempest? Is his trapper's name Tempest? I forget. Yeah, MindGoblin is definitely different, though. Good observation, Max. Yes, that's what it is. You're right. It's Numa. It's Numa. Wow, he went full ghost for this. Holy shit. Dude, good observation, man. Wow. Is that good duels though? Did he win? Yeah, it looks like Muchez takes it. That's a big win. That's a big win against Tempest, especially if Tempest went on a ghost. That's good to know. I think probably the better way to go in this matchup, but certainly requires a lot of aggression. Like, requires a lot of aggression, a lot of pressure on Tempest to actually get the name locks. And an impressive job from Muchez from being able to avoid that. GG, man. Tough matchup, but wow. Incredible. Good fucking duels tonight, boys. Wow. I'm impressed. So you guys want to know? You guys want to know the Coooley pick of the night? The Coooley pick of the night for the $50 fight of the night in Coooley's eyes. All right? While there were a lot of them, I'm so happy we waited till this week to award the kind and generous donation from Matt DeRoches to the players here in the DFC. I think that was very nice of him to do. He actually donated a lot of money to donate over the series of few different events, and this is kind of the culmination of it. But we, thanks to Matt, have been able to give out a lot of rewards to many different fighters in many different tournaments, and I think this one right here is very meaningful. I love seeing this in the DFC. I love seeing exciting new builds. And like I said, I hope no one takes offense to the Coooley choice of the night, all right? But if you do, get good, all right? Because I know a good fight when I see it, all right? I know a good fight. I know all the stakes on the line. There was a ton of them tonight. I think any fight tonight could have easily been my pick of the night for the best one. But the one that I've chosen as the Coooley fight of the night was hands down easy for me. Premo versus Steezish. Premo is an up-and-coming player with so many different builds that he's put together from his newfound interest in PvP. He's trying these out against some of the most creative top players in PvP. It was so interesting to see him figure out his opponent and literally learn how to deal with the problem that's going on mid-fight. But you want to know what was also super exciting to me? To see Steezish build up charges on a non-mosaic martial arts sin, use that as a tool in the duel to finish the fight, building charges off of the fucking Valk and going in to finish with kicks at low life. I've never been more excited to watch a duel. And that was one that happened very early on. A lot of these were very good. I will say there was so many. The Dio versus ArmondP was also it was such a surprise win to me. It was so back and forth. Like, it was so technical. It was a long fight, but it was technical. I enjoyed seeing that. Dude, there was a lot of them, but I have not been as fired up about a fight as I was about Premo versus Steez for a very long time. Two very creative, original, awesome people and players that we got to see that put on an incredible show tonight. So big cheers to these guys. Yeah, Premo goated. Guy's awesome, man. Love that guy. Big cheers to Premo. Not only is Premo one hell of a DFC and PvP player, but he's also one hell of a help behind the scenes with everything from Twitch to Discord to YouTube to... The guy's been one hell of a dude. And it has no effect on my, on my decision here. I mean that. Like, I actually really enjoyed that. I was really looking forward to seeing Steezish play tonight. And I thought that he might win Fight of the Night easy. You know what I mean? Especially if he pulled out all the tricks. But the fact that Premo was going back and forth and we see him figuring him out, It was so inspirational to me as someone that's looking to build a Zon, looking to learn this more. It was inspirational to see that. Again, a player that doesn't always have perfect gear with the stuff that he builds. I'm like, this is the essence of PvP right here. This is everything we ever want to see. I can't think of many better fights to watch than exactly that. Like, yeah, it was nuts. Worldstone Keep in 15 minutes. Count me in, Shirley. I'll be there. If you guys want to be, make sure you're in the Discord. Make sure you join Shirley's Discord with some of the best Terror Zone runs of all time. That guy, it's just where it's at. Yeah, very humble guy too. Absolutely. Guys, hey, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I'll catch you next week in the DFC. Probably see you tomorrow. If I get up early enough, I have a second job I work at. You know, I try to do stuff, small amount of hours in the week. All right, just to remain a semi-normal person instead of being cooped up in my house all the time. But, you know, before we go to that, I might try to get in a stream tomorrow. Maybe we'll do some griefing. Maybe we'll do some MF, and we're just going to play it by ear, all right? You know me. I hate to commit to shit, all right? Just play it by ear. Whatever looks fun, just do it. Whatever people need to see on a Friday is the type of show we're going to put on. Boys, we'll see you then. This is the highlight of my week. I mean that. I enjoy being here with you guys. Thank you so much. We'll catch you next time. GG's. See you in the Terror Zone if you're in the Discord and Shirley's Discord. We'll see you there. Peace out, guys. Take care. Congrats to all the winners tonight. Thanks for putting on a great show. We'll catch you next time. Peace.